Chapter 521. However, all of this pales in comparison to the token I saw in the end. What exactly was that token to cause the expressions of Tian Yunzi, Ling Tianho, and company to change? Alas, there are too many secrets on planet Tian Yun, and they are not something I can guess out of thin air. Wang Lin sighed and silently pondered. Forget it, these things can only be done one step at a time and can't be rushed. Right now, my original body is hidden on that hidden planet, so it won't be easy for others to find me. Also, the ancient god Tusi has only locked onto me in Rosefinch's tomb and doesn't know about my original body. I can use these 500 years to quickly improve my original body so that I can be fully prepared for the trip to Tianyun in the future. Wang Lin put away his thoughts. During this trip, he had unknowingly flown countless kilometers away. He scanned the area with his divine sense, but still couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. The entire area was still a desolate plain. This plain was too quiet. There was no sound at all. Within the range of Wang Lin's divine sense, there was no other life besides himself. Wang Lin's expression remained the same as he continued to fly. Time slowly passed. 10 days later, while Wang Lin was flying, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes lit up like lightning as he looked into the distance. He immediately took a step forward and teleported several times faster than before like a meteor. Beyond the desolate plains, there was a dense mountain range. The inside of the mountain range was densely covered with forests, and everything was green. At this moment, there was a person lying on the ground. Most of this person's body was covered in green liquid that was smeared all over his body, giving him a faint layer of green. He lay there motionless, and even his breathing was extremely light, faintly discernible. Shortly after, this person seemed to have completely disappeared. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find him at all. Not long after, the sound of running came from the forest in the distance. Shortly after, a beast the size of a calf with thorns on its mouth roared out. The appearance of this wild beast was not much different from a wild boar, but there was an ominous aura coming from its body. It was clearly a ferocious and tyrannical beast. Although that was the case, there were no spiritual energy fluctuations coming from its body. The wild beast roared and leaped out of the forest. However, the moment it rushed out, the person who had been lying motionless on the ground suddenly leaped up. At some point in time, he had grabbed a long black pole in his hand. At the top of the pole, there was a rusted blade that emitted a dim light. This person's speed was extremely fast. In the instant that the wild beast charged out, the long pole in his hand had already pierced towards the wild beast. The beast clearly didn't notice that there was someone here. It was clearly startled, but more than that, it was angry. It roared but didn't dodge. Instead, it rammed into the pole in that person's hand. With a few cracking sounds, the long pole shattered from the middle. The man covered in green liquid twisted his body and grabbed the rusty knife on the long pole. Without hesitation, he straddled the beast. His left hand gripped the beast's mane tightly while his right hand stabbed the rusty knife into the beast's neck. The beast was in pain and let out an even more mournful roar and struggle. It immediately rushed forward with the person on its back. Wang Lin's figure appeared in midair. With a strange light in his eyes, he stared at the man and the beast below. This man and beast were the only living things he had seen in 10 days. At this moment, the beast's eyes were red and it let out a burst of mournful roars. However, the person on its back was always calm. His left hand gripped the mane tightly, and his body was close to the beast's back, maintaining the coordination of his body without moving. His right hand was as steady as Mount Tai, firmly stabbing the rusty knife into the beast's neck. After a while, the beast's eyes dimmed. The blood flowing from the wound on its neck was no longer red, but emitted a dim light. In the end, the beast fell to the ground with a plop, motionless. The person on the beast was relieved at this moment and pulled out the rusty knife. However, at this moment, his face suddenly changed. He turned around abruptly and looked up at the sky, revealing a confused expression. Wang Lin frowned and looked at this person. He was quite surprised. Although this person had no spiritual power in his body, he had amazing spirituality. He could vaguely sense that there was someone around. With a thought, Wang Lin's body gradually condensed in the void. His eyes were cold as he looked at this person. The person who was covered in green liquid was stunned when he saw Wang Lin suddenly appear in midair. His eyes revealed a strange light. He jumped up almost immediately and stood on the beast's body. Holding the rusty knife in his right hand, he stared at Wang Lin and said quickly in a hoarse voice, "The beast is mine." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He smiled and said, "I won't fight with you." The person looked at Wang Lin. After a while, he nodded and slowly squatted down. He grabbed the beast's mane with difficulty and dragged it into the forest. As he dragged, he stared at Wang Lin, revealing a deep vigilance. Even after this person left the forest, Wang Lin still didn't move. In his opinion, this person was very interesting. The person covered in green liquid dragged the beast for a long time. After finding that Wang Lin wasn't following, he let out a sigh of relief. He grabbed the beast's mane and continued to drag it. He kept going back and forth until the sun was about to set. At that point, he reached a valley in the forest, dragging the beast behind him, and entered. The moment he entered the valley, there was a faint ripple. However, this ripple was very faint and disappeared in an instant, so it wasn't easy to find. The moment this person entered the valley, Wang Lin's body flickered and he slowly stepped out of the void. His eyes lit up as he carefully looked around. His eyes revealed a strange light. Someone used a powerful spell to set up a strange formation outside this valley that can hide all signs of life. If one wasn't very close to this place, it would be very difficult to find someone here. Looking at the traces of the formation, it has obviously been here for countless years. The way it was set up is clearly different from the way the cultivators of the Cultivation Alliance set it up. It should have been set up by an ancient cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He wasn't in a rush to enter the valley. Instead, he carefully looked around the periphery and finally came to this conclusion. This place is interesting. The inside of the East Demon Spirit Sea is clearly different from the treasure hunting places I've been to before. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light as he looked at the valley protected by the formation. After looking at it for a while, Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the void. A ray of spiritual energy suddenly appeared at the tip of his finger. With a flick, the spiritual energy flew into the valley. However, just as the spiritual energy entered the valley, the formation outside the valley began to rumble. A green gas suddenly appeared from the formation and devoured the spiritual energy Wang Lin threw out. Shortly after, a loud noise came from the valley. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he took a few steps back and disappeared. Inside the valley, there were flashes of bright light as 3 people walked out. The 3 of them were half naked and their bodies were covered in green liquid. They held rusty weapons in their hands. The moment they walked out of the valley, the 3 of them immediately became vigilant and looked around cautiously. Shortly after, the 3 of them revealed looks of confusion. They looked at each other before turning around and walking back into the valley. The moment they disappeared into the valley, Wang Lin's figure turned into green smoke and followed closely behind. However, the moment he touched the formation protecting the valley, the formation activated once more and the green light flashed once more. A powerful sense of danger filled the area. Wang Lin frowned and retreated a few steps. As he retreated, the green light around the formation slowly dissipated. Interesting. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. The purpose of this formation was clearly to protect everything inside the valley. It didn't allow anyone who wasn't from the valley to enter. Once someone tried to force their way in, the formation would unleash its full power and kill all intruders. This formation was extremely mysterious. Wang Lin studied it and found that it was impossible to break it in a short period of time. His eyes became serious as he sat down outside the valley and calmly looked at the formation without saying a word. The moment he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the people in the valley. Not long after Wang Lin sat down, there was a flash of light in the valley, and 4 people walked out. Among the 4 people, 3 of them were the 3 people from before. The last person had a murderous look on his face and was holding a long black rod that was also shining with a ghostly light. The moment he walked out, he didn't say a word and threw the long rod in his hand at Wang Lin. At the same time, he revealed a bloodthirsty smile and was about to charge forward. The 3 people behind him also let out roars and charged at Wang Lin with rusty weapons in their hands. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He glanced at the long rod that was thrown at him, and it immediately collapsed. The person with the bloodthirsty smile was startled as he stared at the long rod that collapsed. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. The 3 people behind him also stopped. Wang Lin didn't waste time with them and reached out with his right hand. The 4 people immediately exclaimed as their bodies were caught by an invisible force and thrown to the side. They were imprisoned by Wang Lin, so they couldn't move. With Wang Lin's status, he wouldn't care about people without spiritual force. However, this place was too strange. A mere valley had such an ancient formation. In order to find out the reason, Wang Lin could only find clues from the people inside the valley. After imprisoning the 4 people, Wang Lin's expression was calm as he continued to cultivate. Not long after, there was a burst of noise in the valley. Following that, there were several flashes of light. This time, 2 people walked out of the valley. I woke up at 6 in the morning and came back at 8 in the evening. This day I tossed and turned. The altitude sickness in Kunming is a bit heavy on Air Jin's body. His head is always dizzy and he gets tired easily. In the morning, he went to the World Expo Garden. In the afternoon, he went to the ethnic village and chatted with the great god. This group of people are all silver people. This day, it was the Mongolian girl from the ethnic village who left a deep impression on me. That's Shui Ling, you don't know. She was a white crane and against the heavens. We all rushed to take pictures, but she didn't pay attention to us at first. Fortunately, I pointed at something and they said that it was a toilet bowl. That attracted her attention, and she said that it wasn't a toilet bowl. This afternoon, I shot firecrackers, don't get me wrong. Shooting arrows, 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 throwing embroidered balls, and visiting various ethnic villages. It's so tiring. 3,000 words is already my limit. Please forgive me, I really don't have a choice. Chapter 522. The 2 of them were not smeared with the green liquid, but there was a strange aura coming from their bodies. Almost as soon as they walked out of the valley, they bit the tip of their tongues and spat out a large mouthful of blood. This blood was not spat at Wang Lin, but on the ground outside the valley. After doing this, the 2 of them immediately turned around and ran back into the valley. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as his right hand reached out and sealed the 2 of them before throwing them to the side. He then looked at the ground where their blood had sprayed. At that moment, a blood-red mist suddenly rose from the ground. The mist was not thick at first, but after a few breaths, it was like a boiling blood mist. It continued to spread, and in the end, it completely covered the outside of the valley. Wang Lin was still sitting there in the lotus position. He calmly looked at the valley and didn't use any spells. When the blood fog became extremely dense, a violent roar suddenly came from within the valley. As that roar echoed, a black figure walked out from within the valley. That person's figure gave off a strange feeling as he stood within the blood fog. Send my people back, and you, scram for my tribe, otherwise die. An ice-cold voice came from the mouth of the black figure in the blood mist. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he let out a snort. He stood up and took a step forward. With his step, countless ripples appeared around Wang Lin. These ripples echoed violently, and as Wang Lin took a step forward, the ripples pushed him forward like crazy. With that one step, the ripples spread out in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the blood mist that covered the valley seemed to have been sprinkled on ice and snow by boiling water. It immediately made sizzling sounds and then dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The entire process lasted for less than 3 breaths of time. After 3 breaths of time, the blood fog completely dissipated. There was only one person covered in a black robe standing outside the valley. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Lin, who was walking toward him. He was about to retreat, but at this moment, Wang Lin's right hand reached out and the person's body involuntarily floated forward and landed in front of Wang Lin. After coldly looking at this person, Wang Lin waved his right hand and threw this person to the side with the other 6. After doing this, Wang Lin put his hands behind his back and looked at the formation before sitting down again and remaining silent. The thunder spell immediately caused the people in the valley to become silent. This silence lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days of time, Wang Lin sat there and didn't move at all. There was also no sound coming from the valley. On the morning of the 4th day, the formation outside the valley began to rumble. At the same time, an old man with a head full of white hair walked out of the valley with a black cane in his hand. Behind him were more than 10 half-naked people. All of them had sallow and emaciated faces, but their eyes were bright and full of expression. The white-haired old man was clearly very weak. After walking out of the valley, he softly said, "Foreign cultivator, you have been here for several days. I hope you don't mind our rashness before. Old man, Ouyang Hua, is the elder of this valley. How about you release my clan members, and I'll have a good talk with you? This old man has been living here for as long as I can remember. I don't even know how many years have passed until now." Ouyang Hua sat outside the valley. There was a table made of bone in front of him, and there were some fruits on it. Wang Lin was sitting opposite of this person, and his expression was normal. The people he had imprisoned had already been released by him and returned to the valley. Ouyang Hua calmly said, "I don't know how big this place is, but the old man knows that there's a giant city 15 million kilometers from here. That place is Ancient Demon City. When the old man was young, he was enlightened there and obtained a long lifespan. Foreign cultivator, I don't know what you want, but it's not something a small tribe like mine can exist in." Ouyang Hua's voice was calm as he slowly said. Wang Lin's gaze was calm as he slowly said, "You know where I came from? From the moment you appeared outside the valley, I knew you were not from this land. It should be said that you and your companions come once every 5,000 years. Every time you come, you bring endless bloodshed. That's why I don't welcome your arrival." Ouyang Hua let out a sigh. Wang Lin's expression was normal as he said, "Aside from me, do you have any news of other outsiders?" Ouyang Hua decisively said, "Not at the moment, and I hope there won't be any news in the future. Outsider, I don't have what you need here. I have said everything I need to say, so please leave. You could go to Ancient Demon City. You will naturally find something there." Wang Lin calmly said, "You have mentioned what I need twice. What is it?" Ouyang Hua's expression sank. He stood up and looked at Wang Lin. "Outsider, I have said everything I need to say. Although you have some spells, if it wasn't for the fact that I don't want to be entangled with you, I wouldn't have let you off easily for capturing my tribe members. Outsider, don't make a mistake. If you're still here in 3 breaths of time, don't blame the old man for not showing mercy." Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he stared at the old man. His right hand waved, and a ray of green light condensed in his hand. The green light flashed violently, and under Wang Lin's command, it flew toward the valley. The formation above the valley automatically activated. When the green light landed, there was a thunderous rumble. Wang Lin let out a cold snort as he slapped his bag of holding, and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the 999 restrictions turned into strands of black gas that surrounded the valley. At this moment, Wang Lin's figure was like a demon inside the black gas. In particular, his ice-cold gaze added an endless sense of pressure to it. "Break the formation." Wang Lin's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. With one word, the 999 restrictions charged out like crazy and began to attack the restriction outside the valley. Ouyang Hua's expression changed greatly, and his face became gloomy. He stared at Wang Lin and let out a cold smile. His body flickered and turned into specks of light before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He had already noticed that this Ouyang Hua before him wasn't a real body, but an illusion. If it weren't for the fact that he had been observing outside the valley for a long time and meticulously studied the ancient restrictions in his mind, which vaguely gave him the opportunity to break this formation, he wouldn't have let those clansmen go so easily. His right hand formed a seal, pointed at the formation, and softly said, "Explode." But as the rumbling echoed throughout the world, the entire valley began to violently tremble. It was as if an earth dragon was moving. The ancient formation immediately began to shine with a bright green light. At the same time, Ouyang Hua's ancient voice came from inside the valley. "Outsider, I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't leave, the old man will activate the attack formation. At that time, you will without a doubt die. Condense," Wang Lin softly said. With that one word, the 999 restrictions in the surroundings began to rumble and self-detonate, creating a powerful shockwave that slammed into the spell formation. The formation began to violently tremble once more. Ouyang Hua's voice was interrupted, and an angry roar came from inside the valley. At the same time, there was a flash of green light outside the valley. In the blink of an eye, the green light had already reached its limit. Streaks of green ripples gradually appeared on the ground, cliffs, flowers, trees, and everything else outside the valley. Almost as soon as these ripples appeared, they were immediately drawn into the flashing azure light in the valley by a strange force. At this moment, the green light above the valley suddenly moved. Like a strange flame, it started drifting in the air. This drifting, this might spread out, and in the blink of an eye, this green light turned into a gigantic green shadow. This shadow was shaped like a person, but it was several dozen feet tall. It was impossible to see its appearance clearly, and inside and outside the shadow was a green light. The moment the shadow appeared, Ouyang Hua's voice came from inside the valley. "Outsider, you only have yourself to blame for all of this. Green Shadow, kill him. Take his soul as the sacrifice for tonight's day of the demon spirit." After he spoke, the green shadow let out an inaudible roar. This roar wasn't loud, but it caused the sky to change colors and the earth to tremble. Although it was only for an instant, it caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow. He revealed a cold smile as he raised his right hand, formed a seal, and softly said, "Forbidden Spear." Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and strands of black gas flew through the sky like dragons. At a glance, it looked like the entire sky was covered by these black dragons. There were even howls coming from within. It was as if a demon from hell was about to descend. The surrounding black gas let out an ear-piercing howl and quickly gathered toward Wang Lin's right hand. In the end, a 30-foot-long black spear as thick as an arm appeared in Wang Lin's right hand. There were waves of black lightning rippling around the spear and the sound of thunder echoing around it, making it even more powerful. Especially at the sharp point of the spear, there was an extremely dark light. At noon, when the world was full of yang energy, it was extremely eye-catching. The moment Ouyang Hua's voice echoed, Wang Lin threw out the spear. It turned into a bolt of black lightning and shot toward the green shadow on the formation. This bolt of lightning streaked across the sky like a chasm in the dark. It was like a stroke of the gods, directly rumbling out from the void. Its power seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth, and its speed was like a white cloud that flashed past thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. As it flew through the sky, it attracted the thunder of the 9 heavens, causing the surroundings to be filled with the rumbling of thunder. Some readers said that the heaven-defying bead had been constantly updating at a stable time, so I suspected that they were playing tricks. That's why I need to explain that the heaven-defying bead is already finished. I set it to be updated automatically until the end of the month. You can check the update time, and you'll see. Today, he came back at 8 p.m. The chapters were written in the car during the day. When others went out to play, his ears were there to write. This was why he could write 3,000 words a day. Otherwise, after a day of tiredness, coupled with the bustling room, there was no way he could write. Chapter 523. The spear pierced through the air like a bolt of lightning from the 9 heavens. It whistled through the air and pierced the green shadow above the spell formation. The green shadow looked like a human, but its facial features couldn't be seen clearly. One could only see a faint outline of its face. The green shadow's eyes revealed a strange light. It raised its right hand and formed a seal like a cultivator. At the same time, the green shadow's mouth opened as if it was making a sound. Suddenly, a large amount of green crystal light appeared on the surface of all the flowers, grass, and trees. In the blink of an eye, the entire area was covered in crystal light. All of this happened in a very short period of time. When Wang Lin saw the green shadow move, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He didn't even look at the lance he threw and quickly backed up. This time he backed up dozens of feet. Wang Lin's figure was retreating, but the spear was even faster than lightning. It charged toward the green shadow. As he retreated, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. His hands formed a seal, and as he retreated, a combination of restrictions appeared in his mind. These combinations were like strange runes in Wang Lin's mind. These runes were strangely connected to each other, but then they would scatter and reconnect. However, every few times, there would be a few rune restrictions that were not separated from each other after being connected. They would be separated from each other and placed in a separate place. If one looked closely, they would see that there were already a few dozen similar restrictions in the place where the restrictions were placed. This kind of continuous connection, scattering, and reconnecting was like a cycle that continued. From Wang Lin's point of view, this continuation was a type of deduction. This deduction had actually started the moment Wang Lin saw the ancient formation and sat down. What Wang Lin had learned was not a normal restriction, but an ancient restriction technique from the land of the ancient god. In truth, this technique was extremely ancient. Even the ancient cultivators only knew how to use it and didn't create it themselves. 57. I still need to continue. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. The restriction spear charged at the green shadow. The moment Wang Lin retreated, the restriction spear was within 10 feet of the green shadow. It was too fast, so it naturally created a whistling sound. The strong wind it created directly passed the spear and smashed into the green shadow. At this moment, the green shadow actually collapsed under the gust of astral wind. However, the moment it collapsed, the green crystal light floating in the air suddenly dimmed. However, there was a blinding flash of green light. Outside the valley, within a radius of 1,000 feet, all of the azure lights emitted a dazzling light at this moment. Rays of azure light shot out from each of the azure lights, and the azure lights they emitted connected with each other. All of this happened the moment the green shadow collapsed. This change was too fast, so fast that no one had a chance to react. Even with the speed of the restriction spear, it only moved a few more feet. However, at this moment, something changed in the blink of an eye as Wang Lin retreated. Although Wang Lin was still deducing in his mind and was about to finish, his eyes were still staring at the formation. At this moment, in his eyes, the area within 1,000 feet of the formation had been completely enveloped by a dense green light. The entire area within 1,000 feet of the valley had become a huge green cage. Wang Lin's body was naturally within this cage. There was a flash of green light. At this moment, who knew how many rays of green light were flashing at the same time? In a flash, the long spear made a pung sound and split into two from the middle. Although the restriction spear was destroyed, Wang Lin didn't feel any pain in his heart. This spear was originally formed by the restriction. As for why it couldn't break the restriction formation, Wang Lin more or less understood this point. Unless the other side didn't have any protection and just left the restriction formation there, waiting for the restriction spear's strongest attack to land. The real reason why Wang Lin had thrown out the spear was because the deduction in his mind was about to finish and he could break the formation at any time. After the restriction lance was destroyed, the surrounding 10,000 feet was surrounded by a cage of green light. Wang Lin was trapped inside, but his expression was still the same. There was no change in his expression at all. In Wang Lin's mind, the deduction continued to advance. At this moment, Ouyang Hua's sneer came from inside the valley. Outsider, what do you think of my tribe's formation? It's not too late for you to leave now. Break an arm and a leg, and let me absorb your origin soul 3 times. Then I'll let you go. Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the valley. At this moment, the shadows of runes appeared in his eyes, and they all gathered like crazy in his eyes. 8th Sure San, this is the limit. It should be enough to break the formation. At the last moment, Wang Lin found the answer in his mind. At this moment, his eyes were like the light of hell. Anyone who looked at them would feel their heart tremble. Wang Lin stared at the valley and coldly said, "Impudent person, how dare you say such arrogant words?" Ouyang Hua's wild laughter came from the valley. "Then old man will let you see who is the impudent one of us. Green shadow, collect and kill." The moment he said this, the net of green light instantly shrank towards the valley at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, it was only a few dozen feet away from Wang Lin. All of this happened in just a flash of green light, and it was over. Outsider, you will become the second demonic shadow of my Luo family's valley. Ouyang Hua's voice was filled with a cruel and bloodthirsty tone. Wang Lin's body didn't move at all, but at this moment, strange runes flashed across his eyes. At the same time, bursts of strange light flashed as the runes flashed. Almost at the same time, the runes flew out from Wang Lin's eyes and spread out in all directions. The first rune gave off a demonic light as it flew out from Wang Lin's eyes. It turned into invisible ripples and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. In the distance, the green light that was crazily charging over. Wherever it passed, almost all living beings withered, as if the green light could devour them. As it moved closer to the center, the area it covered became smaller and smaller, but the aura it gave off became stronger and stronger. In the end, the green light was only 10 feet away from Wang Lin. However, at this moment, the first complete rune appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. It fused with the void and turned into a ripple. As the ripple spread out, it collided with the surrounding green net. There was no earth-shattering sound, but the green net that was crazily closing and immediately let out a sizzling sound. Its closing momentum actually slowed down a little. Wang Lin's eyes lit up again. This time, 10 complete runes appeared and also turned into nothingness. They scattered into ripples and echoed in all directions. At that moment, the sizzling sounds on the green net, which had stopped for a moment, became even more intense. This time, cracks that looked like cracks suddenly spread swiftly along the veins of the green net amid a large wave of cracking sounds. 30 restriction combinations. Wang Lin's eyes lit up again. This time, another 30 restriction combinations appeared from Wang Lin's eyes and fused with the void. The green net, which had already reached a distance of 30 feet, suddenly collapsed. It turned into specks of green light that were like stars in the sky. It was extremely dazzling. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the valley. At the same time, the strange restriction combinations in his eyes flashed again. This time, more than 40 complete restriction combinations immediately flashed out one by one. Wang Lin pointed at the air with his right hand, and a cold glow appeared in his eyes. The restriction combinations that had appeared immediately charged into the valley. In the air, the complete restriction combinations fused with the void and turned into ripples. There was a total of 8 Sure San restriction combinations. They were the restriction combinations that Wang Lin had come up with after observing the formation for a long time. At this instant, a large amount of green light frantically surged out from the entire valley. Practically all of these green light surged out from within the valley. However, the moment the green light appeared, countless restriction runes flashed on the green light. Every time the runes flashed, a large amount of green light would immediately dim and disappear. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he walked toward the valley step by step. As he walked forward, even more green light came out of the valley. These green lights gathered together to form a pillar of green light several feet wide. It charged out like crazy toward Wang Lin, who was walking toward him step by step. Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual. He did not stop at all as he took a step forward. The green light pillar collided with Wang Lin. However, when the light pillar was 10 steps away from Wang Lin, a large amount of restriction runes appeared between it and Wang Lin. The green light pillar immediately dimmed, and a large amount of the area in front of it collapsed. As for Wang Lin, his footsteps did not stop. He walked forward step by step, as if he was maintaining some sort of heavenly law. As Wang Lin moved forward, the green light pillar in front of him was pushed back and collapsed. When Wang Lin was only 10 steps away from the valley, the green light pillar completely collapsed. At the same time, the entire valley suddenly shook. There seemed to be a protective force that was rapidly dissipating. "Immortal, please have mercy, please have mercy." Ouyang Hua knows he was wrong. Ouyang Hua's voice immediately came from the valley. Zhen breathed a sigh of relief after the end of the annual meeting. He would fly tomorrow morning and arrive in Beijing at noon. Then, he would wait for a few more hours before returning to Mudanjiang at around 9 p.m. Therefore, tomorrow's update will be a little late, around 11 p.m. I will try to bring it forward. The day after tomorrow, Zhen will have his tonsils removed. During the annual meeting, Zhen will be sick. But don't worry, the daily update from the 17th will not be less than 6,000 B. Previous chapter table of contents, next chapter bookmark. Chapter 524. Ouyang Hua's voice was filled with bitterness. Ouyang Hua's voice was filled with bitterness as he walked out from the valley. Although the ages of these people varied, they were all men and most of them had green liquid smeared on their bodies. After Ouyang Hua appeared, he looked at Wang Lin, who was 10 steps away, with a complicated look in his eyes. He let out a sigh, respectfully bowed, and said in a servile tone, "Ouyang Hua, I didn't know you were celestial. I'm willing to take responsibility for everything that happened before. I hope that Celestial will remember the heavens and not destroy this formation. Otherwise, all of our tribe members will be exposed to the demonic spirits and become their food." The 10 people behind Ouyang Hua all looked at Wang Lin with fear on their faces. Wang Lin looked at them and raised his right hand. He formed a seal and pointed forward. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the air. These ripples were like a distorted canvas that slowly dissipated. Without the ripples, the formation outside the valley immediately recovered. The speed at which the protective force dissipated immediately slowed down until it finally stopped. Ouyang Hua finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Wang Lin with a complicated gaze that contained a hint of respect. "Celestial, it's getting late. I'm afraid the night of the demonic spirits has arrived. Please come inside to talk." Ouyang Hua quickly said. He bit the tip of his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood. With a wave of his hand, the drop of blood landed on the side of the valley. Suddenly, it was as if a giant had awoken from its slumber. Immediately, rumbling sounds came from within the valley. At the same time, as the rumbling sounds grew louder and louder, the cliffs on both sides of the valley began to distort like a painting. Then, it was as if a pair of scissors had suddenly split it into two. A straight path suddenly appeared from the valley, passed through Ouyang Hua's group, and stopped under Wang Lin's feet. Ouyang Hua respectfully said, "Celestial, please." Wang Lin didn't waste any more words. There were too many things he needed to know about this place. Therefore, he took a step forward. Inside the valley, there was a sense of hope. This place looked like a market among cultivators. There were countless simple houses, but there were no cultivator jade slips or magic treasures being sold in the market. The environment inside the valley was quite elegant, and there were many trees. Although the sun was high in the West Mountain, it was still a stretch of green. In a few houses, Wang Lin glanced over. His gaze penetrated the houses and saw several people hiding inside. In almost every house, there were people hiding. These people were all women and children. Their attire was not like that of men, which covered most of their bodies. As for the children, some of them took advantage of the fact that their mothers weren't around to sneak a peek outside through the windows and the cracks in the doors. Their eyes were clear and flawless, revealing a strong sense of curiosity. When Wang Lin saw this, he stopped. Everything in front of him was too different from what he had imagined. Wang Lin frowned. Although he didn't care about good or evil and followed his heart, at this moment, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of shame. With his mid-stage soul transformation cultivation, he had spent a lot of effort to break the formation, but he didn't expect this to be a village. Everyone here, aside from the old man named Ouyang Hua, were mortals. Wang Lin's divine sense swept the valley. Ouyang Hua and the other tribe members saw Wang Lin suddenly stop and frown. Their hearts trembled, and some of the tribe members bit their lips and clenched their fists. In their minds, this was their home. For this place, they could give up everything, including their lives. Ouyang Hua quickly walked up and stood behind Wang Lin. He bitterly asked, "Supreme Celestial, you?" Wang Lin turned around, and his gaze swept past the people behind Ouyang Hua. With Wang Lin's intelligence, he naturally knew what these people were thinking. Wang Lin pondered a bit before clasping his hand to the tribe members and softly saying, "Wang, sorry for disturbing you, but I won't be entering the valley." After he finished speaking, he touched his bag of holding, and 3 jade bottles appeared in his hand. He threw them forward, and the 3 jade bottles landed on the ground. These 3 jade bottles contain dozens of pills that have the effect of strengthening your foundation. This is my punishment for disturbing you, Wang. Wang Lin let out a sigh and shook his head as he walked out of the valley. Ouyang Hua's eyes shined brightly like never before. He stared at the jade bottles and took a few steps forward to grab one. He opened it and took a deep sniff. His expression couldn't help but change. Then he immediately put it away in his robe. He turned around and spoke a few words to the tribe members behind him in another language. The tribe members all nodded, and some even revealed friendly smiles at Wang Lin and clasped their hands. After Ouyang Hua finished speaking, the dozens of people scattered and returned to their own houses. Not long after, bursts of lively sounds could be heard. Children ran out from the valley, laughing and playing. The women hiding in the houses also came out one by one. In almost an instant, the valley was no longer empty and was filled with vitality. Ouyang Hua walked up a few steps and said, "Supreme Celestial, please wait, please wait." His expression was very sincere. Wang Lin didn't speak and stepped forward. He was about to leave the valley. He had already decided to leave this place and continue flying west. He wanted to see what mysteries this place had. In particular, Wang Lin wanted to see the ancient demon city 30 million kilometers away. As for asking about that person, Wang Lin wasn't interested. Those pairs of innocent eyes and those pairs of frightened eyes made Wang Lin think of a lot of things. Ouyang Hua didn't dare to get too close and loudly said, "Supreme Celestial, tonight is the night of the demonic spirits. If you go out alone, no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to fight against so many demonic spirits. How about you stay here? If you really want to leave, it won't be too late tomorrow." This was the second time Wang Lin had heard the words, "Night of the demonic spirits" from Ouyang Hua. He stopped and turned around to look at Ouyang Hua. "What is the night of the demonic spirits?" Ouyang Hua quickly said, "Supreme Celestial, this old man will tell you about this in detail. How about we go to my house?" Wang Lin pondered a bit and nodded. Ouyang Hua's house was in the northernmost corner of the valley. There were no other houses within 100 feet of this place, which made this place seem unusual. This house was round and looked like a bun on the ground. It was mainly green and covered a large part of the house. The size of the house was decent. There was a wooden bed, a wooden table, and chairs. There were also some random things around. There were some decorations on the wall, and in an inconspicuous place, there was a painting. Standing inside the house, Wang Lin looked at the painting on the wall and silently pondered. This painting was yellow, and there were cracks at the corners. The entire painting was wrinkled, which was clearly caused by too much time. The painting depicted a middle-aged man about 4 feet tall. He was wearing a strange robe and was looking into the distance as if he was thinking. His right hand was casually placed in front of his chest, forming a strange seal. On the other side of the painting, which was where the man was looking, was the sky. There was a black fog in the sky, and there was a faint illusion inside. However, this painting had been around for too long, so it wasn't very clear. There was no way to see what was inside the black fog. Ouyang Hua stood respectfully to the side, following Wang Lin's gaze to the painting from time to time. There was a trace of admiration in his eyes for some reason. Since when did the array outside the valley exist? Wang Lin's gaze remained on the painting. After a while, he slowly asked. Ouyang Hua was silent for a while before he slowly said, "This formation has existed for far too long. No one remembers it a long time ago. For what I can remember, I only know that a person called Huang Long brought my ancestors and clansmen to this place countless years ago and settled here. It is said that this formation had already existed for countless years at that time. Is it this person?" Wang Lin's gaze was still on the painting. "Yes, he is exalted, immortal Huang Long." The admiration in Ouyang Hua's eyes intensified. Huang Long. He really is Huang Long. A strange light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. After a long time, he let out a sigh and gently rubbed his forehead with his right hand. Huang Long. What exactly is going on? Wang Lin seemed to have forgotten about Ouyang Hua. His gaze never left the painting. The man on the painting had a dignified appearance and a sage-like demeanor. There was also a sense of immortal energy around him. If someone said he was an immortal, they would definitely believe it. Huang Long. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion. This kind of gaze was extremely rare on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's heart had always been firm, but the moment he entered this place and saw the painting on the wall, his origin's soul suddenly trembled. "How do you know his name is Huang Long?" Wang Lin asked after a long silence. Ouyang Hua didn't quite understand this question. After hesitating for a moment, he carefully said, Do you know exalted, immortal Huang Long?" Wang Lin's brows furrowed. Ouyang Hua quickly said, "Everything I know was passed down by the ancestor. The name enlightened Huang Long is also the same." Wang Lin was silent. He looked at the painting with a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. His mind seemed to penetrate the east demon spirit's sea, penetrate the stars, penetrate the clouds, and go to his hometown, Suzaku. His mind also penetrated the hundreds of years of history in the sect. He recalled the youth who walked out of the mountain village hundreds of years ago. He wasn't accepted by the immortals and was ridiculed by all the villagers. That youth went through many twists and turns and entered the sect under fate. That sect was called the Hungyu sect. There was no time, so he directly uploaded it. He finally made it in time. After getting off the plane, he didn't stop writing. It was very tiring, but he finally found the feeling. Chapter 525. Inside the Hungyu sect, there was a person called Huang Long. This person was the sect master of the Hungyu sect. Wang Lin pondered a bit. The Hungyu sect has its own Huang Long, but he is only at the foundation establishment stage. Although he looks the same as the person in the painting, he is not the same person. However, the appearance is the same, and the name is the same. This is very strange and demonic. No wonder this place is called the East Demon Spirit Sea. The word demon is quite appropriate. Wang Lin's gaze landed on the black fog at the corner of the painting. Ouyang Hua respectfully said, "The black fog inside the painting represents the night of the demon spirit. Only by staying inside the formation can one be safe during the night of the full moon. What about the night of the demon spirit with the full moon?" Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This place is the land of the demon spirit, so naturally there will be a day when the demon spirit hunts. That day is the night of the full moon. Ouyang Hua looked out the window at the sky outside the valley. Dusk had passed, and the sky was gradually darkening. Ouyang Hua withdrew his gaze. Tonight is the night of the full moon. At that time, Supreme Celestial will be able to see the demon spirit hunt. Wang Lin's expression remained neutral. After pondering a bit, he asked, "What did you mean by ancient demon city and what I need?" After Ouyang Hua heard this, he hesitated a bit, but he immediately clenched his teeth and said, "Since Supreme Celestial has asked, then I won't waste any more time. The demon spirit land is simply too large. Rumor has it that there are a total of 9 countries. Right now, we are in the Sky Demon Country. The furthest this old man has been to is Ancient Demon City. Ancient Demon City is one of the cities of my Sky Demon Country. To be more accurate, this place is within the territory of the Sky Demon Country, but it is considered savage. After I opened my cultivation in Lucky Demon City, my demonic spiritual energy could only reach 1 star, so I couldn't obtain the right to settle here. Thus, I returned to the tribe in the valley and became an elder responsible for teaching the tribe. Within the Sky Demon Country, there is the Demon Emperor Kuan Su, and under him are the 8 Demon Commander-in-Chiefs. There are also 10 million demon soldiers and over 100 cities. Only like this can they control a country. As for what Supreme Celestial needs, it is a long story. It has to be said that every 5,000 years, outsiders enter the demon spirit land through the void. Almost everyone in the demon spirit land knows about this. Every time an outsider enters this place, there will be a reign of terror. These outsiders will all join different counties and take up different positions based on their military exploits. The higher their military exploits, the higher their positions. There is even a rumor that one of the 8 commanders-in-chief of the Sky Demon Country is one of the outsiders that stayed here countless years ago. After outsiders enter this place, there seems to be some mystical changes. They will often kill each other, as though killing each other will give them some sort of benefit. This is something that I do not understand. Immortal, you're also an outsider, so I believe that you know more about this than I do, Ouyang Hua said respectfully. Wang Lin slightly frowned. He vaguely understood, but he wasn't sure. After pondering for a bit, he slowly said, "You still haven't answered me. What exactly do you need?" Ouyang Hua's body stiffened, and he silently pondered. Wang Lin quietly waited. His gaze was still on the scroll. Shortly after, Ouyang Hua let out a sigh and said, "Supreme Celestial, to be honest, although there's something you need here, its use is too important. The old man really can't give it to you. If you take it by force, then everyone in the valley will die one by one." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. For the first time, he moved away from the scroll and looked at Ouyang Hua. Ouyang Hua looked at Wang Lin, and their gazes met. Ouyang Hua gradually lowered his head, but then he suddenly raised his head toward Wang Lin and said, "However, if Supreme Celestial still has more of those pills, then it doesn't matter if the old man gives you what you need." Wang Lin's right hand touched his bag of holding, and jade bottles flew out one by one. These jade bottles released bursts of white light, and there were no less than a dozen of them. After flying one circle in the air, the jade bottles returned to the bag of holding. Ouyang Hua's gaze was still following the jade bottles. It wasn't until the jade bottles disappeared into the bag of holding that he slowly withdrew his gaze. He swallowed, took a deep breath, and said, "The pills of you outsiders have always been treasures of the demon spirit land. We simply don't have the materials to refine them. Supreme Celestial, please come with me. I'll take you to see what you need." Ouyang Hua seemed to have made a great decision. He respectfully clasped his hands and led the way. Wang Lin didn't say a word as he casually followed Ouyang Hua out of the house. Although the sky in the valley was gradually darkening, there were still bonfires burning. Under the flickering light, the residents of the valley sat around the bonfires, chatting with each other and laughing heartily from time to time. As for the women, they were sitting next to their men with children in their arms. They listened to the men talking and revealed smiles of satisfaction. The entire valley was filled with a peaceful aura. This aura had a warm feeling that filled the area. The appearance of Wang Lin and Ouyang Hua immediately caused the residents around the bonfires to stop talking and become silent. That warm feeling disappeared the moment Wang Lin felt it. The women all held their children tightly and nervously looked at Wang Lin. However, not all of the residents were on guard. Some of them looked at Wang Lin with a hint of gratitude in their eyes. Ouyang Hua didn't stop as he passed by the bonfires and charged into the depths of the valley. Wang Lin casually walked behind him. When he passed by the bonfires, the nearby residents immediately made way for him. One of the women dodged, and the child in her arms couldn't run fast enough and fell to the ground. The woman's face immediately turned pale, and she wanted to pick up the child, but she found that Wang Lin had already arrived. As for the child, he crawled up on his own. He didn't care about his mother's anxious gaze at all. Instead, he curiously looked at Wang Lin. As Wang Lin walked past the child, he stopped and looked down at the child. This child had the head of a tiger, and when he saw him, Wang Lin couldn't help but think of Dainyu when he was young. A faint smile appeared on his face as he rubbed the child's head and walked past. After Wang Lin left, the child's mother immediately rushed forward and hugged her child before quickly retreating. A reprimanding voice could be heard from the distance. It wasn't until a long time after Wang Lin left that the warm atmosphere around the bonfires gradually returned. Ouyang Hua quickly brought Wang Lin to the deepest part of the valley. This valley was shaped like a gourd, and the mouth of the gourd was the entrance. At this moment, Ouyang Hua was standing at the bottom of the gourd. There weren't many trees here, and there were all sorts of unknown plants growing on the ground. When he stepped on them, waves of gentle energy could be felt. Upper Celestial, please look. Ouyang Hua stopped, and his right hand pointed forward. Wang Lin's divine sense spread out, but immediately stopped. His gaze landed on a cliff deep within the valley. The color of this cliff was dark blue, and when compared to the surrounding cliffs, it immediately fell out of place. However, this wasn't what caught Wang Lin's attention. What really caught Wang Lin's attention was the white crystal-like substance at the center of the cliff. It was diamond-shaped and was quietly embedded in the cliff. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of pondering. When his divine sense spread out before, he had also scanned this place, but he didn't pay too much attention. However, now that he was standing here, he immediately saw some clues. There were celestial spiritual energy fluctuations coming from the white crystal, but after taking a closer look, a strange thought appeared in Wang Lin's mind. This isn't celestial spiritual energy. A mysterious light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He took a few steps forward and pointed his finger forward to sense the white crystal. His origin soul extended out from his finger and felt the aura from the white crystal. After a while, Wang Lin's expression changed. He withdrew his right hand and began to ponder. Ouyang Hua softly said, "Upper Celestial, according to my ancestor, this is something that outsiders like you must obtain. You call it celestial spiritual energy crystal, but here it is called demon spirit jade. The use of the demon spirit jade is to heal our tribe members when they are injured. This is why I mentioned before that if I give this to you, our tribe members will die one by one. However, the quality of this demon spirit jade isn't high, so its healing effect isn't very good. Compared to your pills, I prefer the latter." Wang Lin didn't say anything. He raised his right hand and grabbed at the air. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the cliff in front of him. At first, the sound was very light, but quickly became louder. It was like a thunderous rumble that spread throughout the valley. Apart from that, the violent sound even caused the cliffs around the valley to tremble slightly. It was as if they were shaking, as if an earth dragon was rolling. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his right hand reached out. The white crystal suddenly separated from the cliff and turned into a ray of white light that landed in Wang Lin's hand. The moment he touched the white crystal, Wang Lin immediately felt a cold aura come out from the white crystal and enter his body through his right hand. This white aura didn't go through his meridians, but through his bones. After quickly circulating through Wang Lin's body, it slowly condensed in his dantian and turned into a grain-sized crystal. Waves of white aura rotated around the crystal like a nebula. This white aura looked like celestial spiritual energy, but in reality, it was the complete opposite of celestial spiritual energy. Celestial spiritual energy was gentle, but this aura contained a strong demonic aura. After absorbing this demonic spiritual energy, Wang Lin's body underwent a very obvious change. Chapter 5:26. Within his eyes, a faint demonic flame flickered. At the same time, the clothes on his body began to flutter despite the absence of wind. A faint demonic aura began to spread from his body. Ouyang Hua personally witnessed this change, and his eyes were filled with shock. He took a deep breath and subconsciously took a few steps back. He mumbled to himself, "Rumor has it that when outsiders absorb demonic energy for the first time, their bodies will have a change in demonic energy. This rumor is indeed true." The demonic spiritual energy coming from the demonic spiritual energy inside his body made his body feel very comfortable. This feeling was very intoxicating. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and the demonic fire in his eyes disappeared. The demonic spiritual energy around his body also disappeared, and he returned to normal. This demonic spiritual energy that is similar to celestial spiritual energy is very strange. After absorbing this demonic spiritual energy, it will form a different type. This demonic spiritual energy should be able to fuse with celestial spiritual energy to increase my cultivation. However, there is too little demonic spiritual energy, so I can't test it. Wang Lin pondered a bit before touching his bag of holding, and more than 10 jade bottles flew out. He waved his sleeve, and they landed next to Ouyang Hua's feet. Ouyang Hua's mind trembled as he quickly opened the jade bottles one by one and put them away. He was very excited. "You can leave. I'm going to cultivate here. I'll leave tomorrow morning," Wang Lin calmly said. Then he no longer paid attention to Ouyang Hua. He sat down in the lotus position, closed his eyes, and looked at the demonic spiritual energy crystal inside his dantian. Ouyang Hua quickly nodded, respectfully bowed, and then retreated far away. Soon, this place became quiet, but occasionally there would be laughter coming from the bonfires in the distance. Wang Lin was completely immersed in his dantian as he carefully felt the demonic spiritual energy crystal. If there's a lot of this, even if it can't be fused, it will still have other effects. There are no less than 1,000 people that have entered the East Demon Spirit Sea. I believe their goal is this demonic spiritual energy crystal. The slaughter between them is nothing more than stealing the demonic spiritual energy crystal from each other. I just don't know what other uses this demonic spiritual energy crystal has. Thinking about it, this demonic spiritual energy must have some other use. Or else it wouldn't have caused the rain of blood that Ouyang Hua spoke of. I'm afraid there are still some secrets that I don't know about. Only by unraveling all of these secrets can I decide on my next step. I'll be here for 500 years. 500 years is not a long time, but it's not a short time either. If absorbing this demonic spiritual energy can increase my cultivation, then I'll let go and slaughter like I did back in the Sea of Devils. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he licked his lips. Time passed slowly, and night came. The sky was dark, and the bonfire in the valley was still burning, but the surrounding residents had already returned to their houses to rest. The only people who were resting were the women and children. All of the men came out of their houses, holding various types of weapons in their hands as they gathered at the mouth of the valley. Ouyang Hua was also among them. His gaze was serious as he stared outside the valley. Shortly after, he turned around and looked at the bottom of the gourd valley. That was where Wang Lin was cultivating. I hope this formation can resist the demonic spirits and Supreme Celestial can help. Ouyang Hua let out a sigh. The reason he changed his mind and invited Wang Lin into the valley, aside from the fact that he couldn't resist the demonic spirits, was because after the formation was weakened, he wasn't sure if it would be able to resist tonight's demonic spirit hunt. That's why he insisted on letting Wang Lin stay, told Wang Lin a lot of secrets, and even gave Wang Lin the only demonic spiritual energy crystal he had in the valley. Ouyang Hua did all of this with a purpose. His purpose was to hope that Wang Lin would help in a moment of crisis. He looked at the residents around him, took a deep breath, and said, "I won't say much about what to do during the night of the demonic spirit hunt. Just endure through tonight, and everything will be safe." While Wang Lin was cultivating, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. Although the sky was still dark, there was a change in Wang Lin's eyes. Within the darkness, there was a hint of purple chi. Streams of beastly force of different strengths filled the sky and spread out from the distance like waves. This valley wasn't its target. It was just a place it was passing by. Staring at the sky, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with decisiveness. Without hesitation, he pointed at his brow, and a sliver of his origin soul turned into divine sense. It left his body, passed through the valley's formation, and appeared in the sky. The divine sense that was transformed from the primordial spirit did not stop. Like a wisp of green smoke, it flashed like lightning and charged straight towards the demonic chi that was sweeping over like a raging tide in the distance. The closer it got, the more intense the impact of the demonic spiritual energy became. The range of this wave of demonic spiritual energy was too large. One couldn't even see the end. Along the way, wherever the demonic chi covered, not a single blade of grass would grow. Even some of the wild beasts that were covered by the demonic chi let out miserable cries and turned into bones. After witnessing all of this, Wang Lin slightly frowned. At this moment, if one looked down at the East Demon Spirit Land from above, they would clearly see a purple shockwave spreading out in a circle with one place as the center. The range of this spread was very large, and it was using the entire Demon Spirit Land as a reference. The sliver of divine sense formed by Wang Lin's origin soul checked it for a bit before quickly withdrawing. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's origin soul suddenly stopped and his divine sense spread out. It broke through the demonic spiritual energy wave and entered the depths of the demonic spiritual energy wave. He saw that in the depths of the demonic spiritual energy wave, aside from the strands of purple gas, there was another person. This person was wearing black, his face was cold, and his lips were thin. He gave off a harsh aura, and at this moment, he held a black sword in his hand. As he waved it, strands of purple gas surrounded the sword. At the same time, a large amount of demonic spiritual energy was being absorbed by this person like crazy. The moment Wang Lin's divine sense swept by, the black-robed man slowly raised his head and coldly looked over. He revealed an extremely cold smile. Your cultivation is not bad to be able to discover my existence. I originally wanted to give you a surprise. The black-robed man pointed at the void and slowly said, You can only say that you are unlucky to have met me. Even if you hand over the demon crystal, it's useless. You are my prey. The divine sense formed by Wang Lin's origin soul coldly looked at the black-robed man and flew back without a word. The black-robed man didn't stop him and only revealed a contemptuous smile. A mere mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. No matter what sect you are from, you will without a doubt die today. After taking his demon crystal, I should barely have the qualifications to enter Sky Demon City. There was a hint of fanaticism in the black-robed man's eyes. Inside the valley, after withdrawing his divine sense, Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He is the first planet Tianyun cultivator I've met. He is at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. However, it won't be easy for him to kill me. Outside the valley, waves of demonic energy whistled in like raging waves, directly crashing into the valley. At this moment, the array formation of the valley was immediately activated. Bursts of green light constantly flickered, resisting the impact of the demonic energy. However, the impact of the demonic spiritual energy wasn't short. It continued. The formation on the valley gradually flashed and showed signs of not being able to withstand it. Although the valley was still very quiet, there was a hint of seriousness in the atmosphere. All of the adult males at the entrance of the valley held their weapons tightly, and their palms were covered in sweat. Their eyes were fixed on the entrance of the valley, and their breathing became heavy. Ouyang Hua was standing in front of everyone. He raised his hand, and a complex chant came out of his mouth to maintain the operation of the formation. The night of the demonic spirit hunt happens every 3 months. For Ouyang Hua, he was very confident in the formation, but today he was very uneasy. The formation's power had been weakened by Wang Lin, so he wasn't sure if it would be able to withstand the demonic spirit's spiritual energy today. Once the array breaks, all the living things in the valley will be devoured by the demon spirit hidden within the demonic aura. Right now, with the impact of the waves of demonic spiritual energy, the formation in the valley couldn't withstand it anymore. Cracking sounds could be heard, and it began to show signs of breaking. Just at this moment, a violent rumble came from inside the valley. It was clear that something heavy was smashing into the formation. The formation trembled, and more cracks appeared on it. Within the ravine, the intense rumbling could be clearly felt. Countless women and children in their houses were immediately startled awake. Far away, the black-robed man inside the waves of demonic spiritual energy waved his sword, and blood sprayed everywhere. A strange, black beast about 10 feet long with a single horn appeared from the demonic spiritual energy. The moment it appeared, it was cut in half by the black-robed man. After killing it, the black-robed man inhaled, and a surge of demonic spiritual energy came out from the beast and entered the black-robed man's orifices. An extremely comfortable feeling filled his body. Shortly after, his eyes lit up and he stared at the valley in the distance. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he swung the sword in his hand. He turned into a ray of lightning and charged toward the valley in the distance. The black-robed young man's body moved, and he floated up like a willow catkin. With a flash, he appeared on a lightning flying sword and charged toward the valley. Inside the valley, Wang Lin stood up and took a step forward. He turned into a cloud of smoke and appeared next to Ouyang Hua and company. His silent appearance immediately caused the faces of the people in the surrounding valley to change, and they all subconsciously scattered. Ouyang Hua's face was filled with joy, and he quickly said, "Celestial, save me." Just as he finished speaking, the lightning sword closed in from outside the valley. The black-robed man's cold voice came from it. The hunt begins. Chapter 5:27. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but Ouyang Hua's expression changed greatly. His face was filled with terror and bitterness he had never shown before. A battle between two outsiders. I've actually encountered it. Just at this moment, a ray of sword light flashed by. The formation above the valley suddenly trembled, and a large amount of cracks appeared on it. Wang Lin sneered. He slapped his bag of holding, and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the restriction flag flew into the air and turned into a black restriction gas. It quickly entered the formation and passed through the cracks. The cracks on the formation quickly healed at a visible rate. Not only that, but with the restriction flag, the formation's power increased several-fold. After doing all of this, Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was outside the valley. A few dozen feet away, the black-robed man coldly looked over. Around the two of them, there were strands of purple aura that looked like wandering souls shuttling around them. Within the waves of demonic energy, there were even some demonic beasts that emitted powerful demonic energy. Some of them even pounced on the two of them after they appeared. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the void. One of the demonic beasts let out a miserable groan and disappeared. The black-robed man carefully looked at Wang Lin. His eyes became suspicious, and his arrogant expression disappeared. He hesitated for a bit and asked, "Which sect are you from?" 3 gray cyclones appeared between Wang Lin's fingers and let out soft whistling sounds. He coldly stared at the black-robed man and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? If you don't want to fight, then leave immediately." The black-robed man was so angry that he laughed and said, "What an arrogant person. If it wasn't for the fact that I found you familiar and was afraid of hurting my friends, why would I bother talking to you? Since you want to die, then I'll grant your wish." Wang Lin didn't bother talking with this person. As he spoke, he slapped his bag of holding, and the celestial sword flew out. Wang Lin took a step forward and slashed at the void. A ray of sword energy, several dozen feet wide, flew out and descended like lightning. At the same time, the half-moon blade followed closely behind and charged out like thunder. When the black-robed man saw the sword energy, his expression immediately changed. He quickly retreated and shouted, "So, it's a fellow cultivator from the Delu Sword sect. Forget it, you should know the rules here. Hand over the crystal, and I won't hurt you." The sword energy closed in. The black-robed man raised his sword to block and was forced back a few steps. However, the sword energy was shaken and immediately collapsed. However, the moment it collapsed, the thin sword in this person's hand let out a cracking sound. A thin crack appeared on the flying sword. The black-robed man stared at the sword in his hand and suddenly raised his head. His eyes were filled with coldness. "You dare to hurt my flying sword. Today, even if you are from the Delu sword sect, you will without a doubt die." The black-robed man let out a roar, and his left hand formed a seal. A black flame appeared in his palm. Earth-extinguishing fire burned the void. The black-robed man's left hand pointed forward, and the black flame flew out. While it was still in the air, it exploded into countless flames that shot toward Wang Lin. The moment the flames shot toward the sky, there was a flash of black light, and the black-robed man's expression changed greatly. He forced his body to move 3 inches, but it was too late. A bloodlight came from the right side of his chest. He revealed a look of disbelief and quickly retreated. At the same time, he took out a pill from his bag of holding and swallowed it. The half-moon blade flashed and circled the celestial sword. There was a faint flash of bloodlight between the blade. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This person's cultivation level was indeed high. It has to be said that the half-moon blade was very fast. Wang Lin believed that if he was ambushed by the half-moon blade without any preparation, it would be difficult for him to escape. However, this person was able to force his body to move 3 inches at the critical moment to avoid being hit in a vital spot. This meant that this person's origin soul was much stronger than Wang Lin's, allowing him to vaguely see the path of the half-moon blade. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. Since this person's cultivation level was high, he had to kill him today. Otherwise, if he allowed this person to escape, he would recover and understand Wang Lin's attacks and treasures before coming to find Wang Lin. At that time, Wang Lin wouldn't be able to resist. Taking advantage of his opponent's carelessness and being injured by the scimitar, he immediately rushed out. He didn't even spare a glance at the flames falling from the sky. His speed was like lightning, and the moment he rushed out, he raised his left thumb and pointed at the void. Finger of death. The black-robed man pressed his chest with his right hand, and the wound immediately healed. No more blood flowed out. His face was a bit pale as he viciously stared at Wang Lin. He shook the thin sword in his hand and shouted, "Sword shatter!" The thin sword let out a series of cracking sounds and immediately shattered into countless specks of light. All of the specks of light charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but he didn't dodge. 2 of the 3 strands of gray gas immediately disappeared and moved through the meridians in his right hand to appear between Wang Lin's eyebrows. 2 complex runes suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. The moment the runes appeared, they quickly spread out and covered Wang Lin's body. 1 rune covered 1 layer, 2 runes covered 2 layers. At this moment, the shattered sword crystals closed in. In addition, the flames in the sky quickly caught up and covered Wang Lin's body. At this moment, there were shattered sword crystals charging at Wang Lin from the inside and black flames from the outside. The moment the black flames descended from the sky, they turned into 6 black flame dragons. These 6 dragons were as lifelike as real dragons, and they let out thunderous roars. This roar first entered Wang Lin's ears and immediately caused his origin soul to tremble. Shortly after, the 6 dragons roared as if they wanted to devour him. There was a loud bang that shook the heavens and earth. Almost everyone within a radius of 5,000 kilometers could hear it. Even the sky changed because of it. Cracking sounds came from the ground, and countless cracks appeared on the ground like a dense spider web. At the center of the rumbling sound, countless ripples of magic power were set off, spreading out in all directions in a mighty manner. Even the waves of demonic spiritual energy were pushed back far away by the ripples before slowly calming down. After a while, the demonic aura that was rushing past like tens of thousands of horses finally returned to normal. It whistled past in a mighty manner, and in the blink of an eye, the surroundings were once again covered in black. The black-robed man stood in the middle of the black waves. Not only was there no joy on his face, but it was extremely serious. He took a deep breath and immediately retreated a few hundred feet. His hands quickly formed a seal as he stared at the place where the dragons were charging at. He didn't even blink. The place where the flame dragon was charging was blown away by the surrounding demonic spiritual aura and turned into a patch of darkness. However, within the darkness, a figure slowly walked out, one step at a time. The black figure's clothes fluttered even though there was no wind, making flapping sounds. Whistling sounds came from his drooping right hand, and one could vaguely see a small snake slithering between his fingers. As the black figure slowly walked out, the black-robed man's expression became even more gloomy. His hands moved even faster, and he chanted a few complex spells. As for the black shadow, after he took a few dozen steps, the demonic spiritual energy around him seemed to have been forcibly split in half. The moment the waves of demonic spiritual energy were split, the black figure took a step and disappeared without a trace. Not good. The black-robed man didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. Almost as soon as he retreated, a silver light that looked like starlight appeared. Within this silver light, a thumb appeared in the void and pointed at the place where the black-robed man had been. All of this happened extremely fast. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it happened in an instant. Following closely behind the thumb was the black shadow. At this moment, he raised his head and looked at the black-clothed man who had dodged the attack and appeared in the distance. Next time, you won't be able to dodge. You're not a member of the Delu Sword Sect. You're Tian Yunzi's new disciple, the seventh disciple of the Purple Division, Wang Lin. The black-robed man coldly said, I'm afraid what you used is the forbidden spell that made you famous during Tian Yunzi's birthday celebration. The black-robed man was very annoyed. He had long heard of Wang Lin's name and had even seen the jade with his appearance. It has to be said that Tian Yunzi's disciple was someone that all the forces on planet Tian Yun had to pay attention to. In particular, Wang Lin had defeated everyone. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the Purple Division's sixth disciple, who used his ascendant cultivation to suppress Wang Lin, then the title of true disciple of the All-Seer would have been his. How could such a person not attract the attention of others? Not to mention that the forbidden spell he used was very strange and specialized in using the weak to defeat the strong. As a result, many people were tempted by him. The black-robed man let out a sigh in his heart. If he had known Wang Lin's identity, he wouldn't have acted so easily. Although Wang Lin was only at the mid-stage of soul transformation, he couldn't be underestimated. Although Wang Lin had lost to an ascendant cultivator, he had displayed powerful attacks, and his treasures had attracted the attention of many forces. Even if he could win against the black-robed man, it would be very difficult for him to kill Wang Lin. After all, everyone on planet Tian Yun knew that Tian Yunzi's disciples all had life-saving treasures. If it wasn't for the fact that the difference in cultivation level was too big, it would be the same as having an extra life. Chapter 528. The black-robed man cursed in his heart and immediately retreated. He wasn't confident in dealing with this attack, so it was better to leave as soon as possible and not waste any more time here. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. When the sword light arrived and the black fire descended, he used his life seals to form 3 layers of protection. This way, he could resist the combined attack of the 2 spells. However, the black-robed man was a peak late-stage soul transformation cultivator. His cultivation was very powerful, and his celestial spiritual energy was much stronger than Wang Lin's. His 2 spells were also not ordinary spells. As a result, although Wang Lin was able to resist, one of the 3 life seals had collapsed and disappeared. The life seals were Wang Lin's ultimate life-saving technique. He had worked so hard for so long and had only formed 3. Now, one of them had been destroyed by the black-robed man. This made Wang Lin's heart ache, but at the same time, he was filled with killing intent. Seeing his opponent retreat without a fight, Wang Lin's eyes became cold and he chased after the black-robed man. At the same time, he slapped his bag of holding and the soul lasher appeared in his hand. Holding the whip in his hand, Wang Lin suddenly waved it as he chased. Cracking sounds came from the void, and the whip extended like a black dragon toward the black-robed man. The black-robed man's expression was gloomy as he suddenly turned around. His right hand reached for the whip, and he shouted, "You don't know what's good for you. Forget it. Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your teacher." At the instant he grabbed the whip, bright red dots appeared on his 5 fingers. These 5 red dots seemed to be moving as he waved his right hand. They were filled with a strange aura. At this moment, if one looked from afar, it would look like the black-robed man wasn't moving his right hand, but rather 5 red dots. His right hand moved as fast as lightning and grabbed the soul lasher that was swinging at him like crazy. The moment he grabbed the whip, the 5 red dots on his fingers gave off a blinding light. As the light intersected, it was as if the 5 red dots were connected to each other, forming a 5-star sealing net. "Seal," the black-clothed man growled. Wang Lin's lips curled into a cold smile. Not only was he not worried about the soul lasher, he took a step forward and his entire body flashed as he teleported towards the man in black. The moment Wang Lin teleported, the moment the black-robed man grabbed the whip, the black-robed man let out a roar. A ray of black light came from the tip of the soul lasher and spread across the entire whip at an unimaginable speed. At the same time, the black light spread to the black-robed man's right hand, and he suddenly let out a miserable groan. Sizzling sounds came from his right hand, and white smoke came from where he grabbed it. The black-robed man immediately let go, and his eyes were filled with shock. He knew that his Blood 5 Murders was one of the best forbidden spells. Once it was used, it would seal the enemy's treasures. He had cultivated for many years, and he had never made a mistake when using this spell. This was the first time it had happened. The moment he let go, he lost all the fight. He retreated and was about to teleport away again, but just at this moment, the soul lasher suddenly swung and lashed out at a complicated angle. There was a crisp snap, and the black-robed man was hit by the whip as he retreated. This person's face turned pale, but his eyes revealed a strange light that had never appeared before. A treasure that specializes in injuring the origin soul. The black-robed man took a deep breath. He didn't stop and charged out. However, the moment he retreated, the void twisted and Wang Lin teleported and caught up to him. The black-robed man's eyes lit up, and he let out a cold snort. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black gas. The moment the black gas appeared, it moved like crazy and surrounded Wang Lin's body. After doing all of this, the black-robed man didn't stop at all. He charged into the demonic spiritual energy wave and disappeared without a trace. The moment Wang Lin appeared, he was surrounded by the black gas the black-robed man spat out. This black gas contained a powerful poison, and when Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense, he felt a sharp pain. Without any hesitation, his right hand formed a seal, and he softly said, "Wind." With one word, a strange wind appeared out of nowhere. It blew the wind and created a gap in the black gas. The moment the gap appeared, it immediately closed. However, the moment it closed, Wang Lin's figure turned into smoke and charged out. After he appeared, he was very wary of the black-robed man. This person had a lot of spells and obviously had treasures that he hadn't used yet. The reason the black-robed man retreated was probably because of Wang Lin's reputation. The black-robed man knew that although Wang Lin had lost to an ascendant cultivator, he had countless treasures. Although I don't know what sect this person is from, to be able to enter here, he must be a local of planet Tianyin. As a result, he must know that all direct disciples of Tian Yunzi have life-saving treasures. This is not a secret. With this person's cunning, the moment he recognized me, he must have thought about it a lot. He knew that killing me wouldn't be easy, so he retreated. This person can't be allowed to live. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he chased after the black-robed man. The two of them, one in front and one behind, moved through the demonic spiritual energy wave like crazy. The deeper they went, the more high-rank demonic spiritual energy wave they would encounter. These demonic spiritual energy could take on many different shapes, but the only thing that didn't change was the horn on their head. Depending on the number of horns, there was a clear difference in the strength of the demonic spiritual energy wave. Wang Lin and the black-robed man weren't at the center of the demonic spiritual energy wave. They were at the edge. Therefore, the rank of the demonic spiritual energy here wasn't too high. This was also why the black-robed man could survive and absorb demonic spiritual energy here. As the two of them moved, demonic spiritual energy would often appear. These demonic spiritual energy weren't high rank, so the moment they appeared, they would be destroyed by the two of them. Every time a demonic spiritual energy was destroyed, a strand of demonic spiritual energy would be absorbed by the person who killed it. As the man in black ran, he frowned, and his body suddenly twisted to the side in a strange manner. It was as if his body had no bones, and at this moment, a ray of black light flashed by. It stuck close to his body and flashed out. The black-robed man let out a cold snort, and his body returned to normal. He spread out his divine sense and found that Wang Lin was still chasing after him. He doesn't know what's good for him. This Wang Lin is like a bone, so troublesome. Especially that half-moon blade. It's too fast. If I wasn't prepared, I would have suffered. If it wasn't for the fact that this person has a treasure to protect himself, I wouldn't care about his identity. I would have killed him and taken his demon crystal. The black-robed man's face was gloomy as he let out a cold snort. His hand formed a seal, and the demonic spiritual energy wave around him scattered as if it didn't dare to get close. Waves of black smoke appeared out of nowhere on this person's hands and surrounded them. He sucked in a deep breath, and his right hand suddenly pressed against his chest. At the instant his palm pressed against his chest, the black smoke surrounding his right hand immediately moved through his palm and entered his chest in a crazed manner. The black-robed man's face revealed a painful expression, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked extremely ferocious, as if he was enduring great pain. As the strands of black smoke continued to enter his chest, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a roar. His roar shook the heavens and earth. As he roared, the demonic spiritual energy wave around him was pushed back 1,000 feet. At this moment, if one looked from above, they would see that the area 1,000 feet around the black-robed man had turned into a vacuum. The demonic spiritual energy waves that were like tens of thousands of galloping horses were scattered here, revealing an empty space that was hundreds of feet wide. At this moment, Wang Lin closed in and stopped 1,000 feet away. His eyes were cold as he looked over. The black-robed man stood at the center 1,000 feet away. He suddenly raised his head and stared at Wang Lin. "You're courting death." As he spoke, he raised his left hand and pointed at Wang Lin. Strands of black smoke surrounded his left hand like countless tentacles. "Devil restriction, fourth heavenly ghost, appear." Once he said those words, the pained expression on this person's face became even more intense. More blood capillaries appeared in his eyes, and there were even veins that suddenly swelled up on this person's skin. The swollen bumps on his skin made him look extremely strange. There seemed to be an endless amount of strange power surging out from this person's chest and flowing into his left arm along his right arm. The black smoke that was like tentacles on his left hand started to wriggle strangely at this moment. At an extremely fast speed, it actually transformed into a black ghost. The ghost appeared on his left hand and immediately let out a roar. However, no sound came out, but this silent roar caused the demonic spiritual energy wave to push back another 100 feet. Wang Lin immediately retreated. He couldn't hear this roar with his ears, but he could clearly feel it with his origin soul. It was a roar that wanted to tear the world apart. "Release!" The black-robed man roared. Although it was only one word, his voice was trembling. It showed how much pain he was enduring right now. With one word, the ghost in his left hand moved and flew out. The ghost's eyes gave off a ghostly light as it stared at Wang Lin. It let out a vicious smile and pounced at Wang Lin at an incredible speed. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. With a thought, the celestial sword appeared before him and slashed down. The sword energy flew out, but when it landed on the ghost, it opened its mouth and devoured the sword energy. As for the scimitar, it flashed and pierced through the ghostly figure's body without any effect. Even when it attacked the black-robed man's body, countless black threads spread out from the man's body and completely surrounded his body, preventing the scimitar from flying away. Chapter 529. As the ghost pounced on him, Wang Lin's expression darkened. Without a word, he spat out a black light. The black light flashed and turned into a 30-meter-long flag. Wang Lin grabbed it and shook it. Suddenly, the few remaining primary souls, including the Qilint's remnant soul, flew out. The ghostly shadow that was charging at Wang Lin was startled, but its eyes immediately lit up. It no longer charged at Wang Lin, but at the soul transformation primary souls. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he moved around the ghostly figure. He touched his bag of holding and took out the beast trap. He threw it at the black-robed man and pointed at the black-robed man. The black-robed man's expression darkened. His left hand reached out toward the ghost, and he shouted, "Come back." The ghost let out a roar, as if it was unwilling to give up. The black-robed man cursed in his heart. He had no time to control it, because Wang Lin was closing in like lightning. Wang Lin's right index finger pointed at the air. The celestial spiritual energy inside his body suddenly reversed and gathered at the tip of his finger. Demonic finger, the second of the 3 killing moves. With one finger, the sky changed colors and boundless devil energy surged out from Wang Lin's body and gathered at the tip of his finger. At this moment, the devil energy in the area spread out like crazy. Without the black-robed man's control, the ghost immediately charged toward the primary souls that Wang Lin had released. In its eyes, these souls were all great supplements. Once it devoured them all, it might be able to increase its own ghostly energy. Demonic finger. The black-robed man recognized this killing move at a glance. Back when Wang Lin used this move to fight the 4th disciple of the Purple Division, it had left a deep impression on everyone who had been watching. The black-robed man's eyes flashed. He couldn't move his right hand away from his chest, or else the ghost technique would be broken. In this moment of crisis, he quickly retreated and spat out another mouthful of black smoke. A fishy wind blew by, causing the black smoke to spread out in an attempt to stop Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. 2 gray runes appeared on his forehead and spread out to cover his entire body. The life seal appeared once again. The moment it covered his body, Wang Lin moved like lightning and charged into the poison smoke like a dragon swimming through the sea. The moment the poison smoke touched Wang Lin's body, it immediately dissipated. The black-robed man continued to retreat as he spat out a large amount of poison smoke in an attempt to stop Wang Lin's charge. His body flickered as he teleported toward the ghost technique. However, no matter what, he didn't expect this life poison fog to have little effect on Wang Lin. Just as he teleported, Wang Lin's figure pierced through the poison fog and charged out. What followed after him was the extremely sharp finger filled with devilish energy. Demonic finger. The black-robed man's expression changed. He couldn't dodge in time, so he immediately raised his left hand and formed a seal before pointing at Wang Lin in an attempt to slow down Wang Lin's attack. The 2 fingers collided in an instant. In reality, it wasn't a full contact. There were only 3 inches between their fingers. Within these 3 inches, there was something else going on. Wang Lin's devil energy spread out from the tip of his finger and collided with the black aura coming from the black-robed man's finger. A black ball suddenly appeared between their fingers. This ball was completely made up of devil energy and the black aura coming from the black-robed man. There was a thunderous rumble coming from inside the ball. In addition, there were bolts of lightning moving along the surface of the ball. At this moment, it was as if everything in the world had frozen. All the light gathered on Wang Lin and the black-robed man. Wang Lin floated in the air. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. His long hair was full of elegance. On the other hand, the black-clothed man had a dark expression on his face. His gaze was like lightning as he stood on the ground and raised his left hand. His clothes seemed to be blown by a gale as they fluttered backwards, emitting waves of fluttering sounds. Even his hair was fluttering backwards. At this moment, the rumbling sound from the ball between their fingers became more and more intense. The celestial spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body was frantically converted into devil energy and poured into the ball. As for the black-robed man, he was secretly complaining. At this moment, He had to pour all of his ghost's celestial spiritual energy into the ball through his fingers. Otherwise, if he was suppressed by the other party, he would immediately suffer a backlash. With your mere mid-stage soul transformation, celestial spiritual energy, I don't believe you have more celestial spiritual energy than me at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation. Since you want to fight me like this, then let's see who will live and who will die. The black-robed man's expression was fierce. He didn't open his mouth, but sent out a message. You released the heavenly ghost, and it absorbed your celestial spiritual energy. How are you going to fight me? Wang Lin's eyes were like torches as he responded. The black-robed man let out a cold snort and stared at Wang Lin. He clenched his teeth and raised his right hand from his chest. The moment he raised his hand, the heavenly ghost that was trying to devour the primary soul immediately let out a roar. It turned around and stared at the black-robed man. The black-robed man's right hand paused for a moment, but then he immediately raised it from his chest. The moment he raised his right hand, a black line appeared between his chest and his right hand. It was as if it was being stretched out like glue. The moment he raised his right hand, the heavenly ghost let out an angry roar. Its voice was filled with unwillingness, and its body gradually dissipated. However, just as the heavenly ghost was about to completely dissipate, there was a flash of ghostly light. It carefully looked at the black-robed man's current state and then at Wang Lin, who was fighting against him. It seemed to have made some kind of decision. Before its body dissipated, bursts of black light came from its body. The black-robed man's face flickered. At the same time, the black glow within the heavenly ghost's body suddenly expanded like a mountain. The black glow wrapped around the heavenly ghost's body, causing it to stop dissipating. The heavenly ghost immediately turned around and charged out, piercing through the demonic spirit chi and speeding off into the distance. As for the primary souls, they immediately chased after it. All of this happened very quickly, so quickly that the black-robed man was startled. However, he immediately became furious. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Wang Lin and roared, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't held me back, how could the heavenly ghost have escaped?" Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he said, "Serves you right." The black-robed man's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "Little bastard, you're dead." He took a deep breath. Without the heavenly ghost's absorption, all the ghostly, celestial spiritual energy he had cultivated from his sect flowed into the small ball through his fingers. Wang Lin died. As the black-robed man roared, he poured almost all the ghostly, celestial spiritual energy in his body into the small ball. Suddenly, the sound of thunder from the small ball shook the world. It was as if what was condensing between their fingers wasn't ordinary, but the legendary celestial lightning. As the black-robed man's ghostly, celestial spiritual energy entered Wang Lin's body, the celestial spiritual energy in his body immediately became insufficient. The small ball seemed to have an overwhelming advantage as it slowly moved toward Wang Lin. The black-robed man's face revealed a ferocious expression. It was as if he could see Wang Lin being hit by the small ball. His entire body would collapse, and his flesh and blood would turn into pieces. Even his origin soul would no longer exist. It would be shattered and forever disappear from this world. There would be no possibility of reincarnation. Cut off all life, destroy reincarnation, and erase all traces. However, at this moment, the black-robed man was startled. This was because when he looked at Wang Lin, he saw no fear or indifference in Wang Lin's eyes. Instead, there was a strange expression. It was a smile that wasn't a smile, a mockery. This expression made his heart tremble. Wang Lin didn't even look at the ball as he said softly, "God-slaying war chariot, activate." As soon as he said this, a piercing roar came from the place where Wang Lin had thrown the beast trap. This roar was filled with an unyielding will. It was like an ancient beast that dared to fight against the heavens, dared to challenge immortals, and would never yield. The black-robed man's expression changed greatly. Following the roar was the huge body of the soul beast. The moment it appeared, it began to roar crazily again. Wang Lin shouted, "Kill this person!" The soul beast roared. Its eyes were cold as it stared at Wang Lin. Wang Lin was already prepared for this beast to not listen to him. He let out a cold snort and said one word. This word was complicated and difficult to understand. Outsiders wouldn't be able to understand it, but this word was the 9 words mantra that Wang Lin learned from the Immortal's Jade after inheriting this treasure. This 9 words mantra was specially prepared to control this beast. Every time one of the seals was opened, one could learn 1 word of the mantra. When an immortal refined a treasure, how could he allow the treasure to backfire? He must have prepared everything beforehand. With just 1 word, the unyielding beast could not help but tremble. A ferocious light flashed in its eyes as it looked at the man in black. It let out a roar as if it was venting all its anger on the man in black, and it charged out. All of this happened in a very short period of time, from the moment the soul beast appeared to the moment it attacked. As the soul beast roared, it charged at the black-robed man like lightning. The black-robed man's expression changed greatly. He had used all the ghost's celestial energy in his body, so there was no way he could dodge. If he dodged, the destructive ball would immediately backfire on him. But now, the ferocious soul beast was charging at him. If he didn't dodge, he would die. The black-robed man was covered in cold sweat. He clenched his teeth and viciously looked at Wang Lin. His left hand quickly raised and hit the spot between his eyebrows. His entire body suddenly trembled, and his primordial spirit instantly left his body, flashing madly into the distance without any regard for anything else. The moment his origin soul left his body was no longer under the control of his origin soul. He fell to the ground like a corpse. The small ball that was moving toward Wang Lin immediately stopped and charged toward the black-robed man's body. Chapter 530. Boom, 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 boom. Violent sounds rang out in a frenzy. The small ball landed on the man in black's body, and the clothes on his body instantly disappeared. His skin crumbled, his flesh and blood turned into dust, and his bones shattered into nothingness. Almost in the blink of an eye, besides his nascent divinity, all traces of him in the world had completely disappeared. The spirit beast missed and let out an unwilling roar. It wanted to chase after the black-robed man's origin soul, but due to the restrictions of the god-slaying war chariot, it couldn't get too far away. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the god-slaying war chariot flew into the distance. The spirit beast was immediately overjoyed. It passed by Wang Lin and quickly chased after him. This was the first time the human and beast had cooperated so closely. With Wang Lin holding the god-slaying war chariot, the spirit beast's range of movement increased greatly. After chasing for a while, the spirit beast became a bit impatient. It turned its head and looked at Wang Lin. It let out a roar and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his pupils shrank. The spirit beast was extremely fast and immediately arrived before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he stared at the beast. If the beast took one more step, he wouldn't hesitate to punish it. The spirit beast paused and revealed a trace of sadness in its eyes. Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. The coldness in his eyes disappeared as he nodded at the spirit beast. The spirit beast looked at Wang Lin and quickly charged at him. It didn't attack. Instead, it picked up Wang Lin and threw him into the air. Then the spirit beast moved again and landed under Wang Lin's feet, carrying him into the distance. Wang Lin suppressed the joy in his heart. This was the first time the spirit beast had taken the initiative to carry him. The immortal who made the god-slaying war chariot had left behind a message. This god-slaying war chariot was not an ordinary treasure. Even though the incantations and mantras were extremely flexible, without the spirit beast's approval, it could only display a certain amount of power. Only by truly gaining the approval of the spirit beast could one display its full power. Wang Lin took a deep breath and looked at the spirit beast under his feet. This spirit beast hasn't acknowledged me yet. It just wants to devour that origin soul and thinks I'm too slow, so it's carrying me. Even so, it's much stronger than before. The spirit beast was naturally very fast. It could even be said that its speed was no slower than Wang Lin's silver dragon star compass. As lightning flashed, the spirit beast turned into a series of afterimages and disappeared at an incredible speed. The black-robed man's origin soul was quickly escaping. There was a finger-sized crystal in his dantian that was slowly spreading out a trace of demonic energy. As he escaped, his hatred for Wang Lin was monstrous. He swore that once he found a body to possess and recovered his cultivation, he would find a way to cruelly kill this Wang Lin to get revenge. As he was fleeing, his expression suddenly changed. He turned around and saw that the soul beast was like the king of hell. It directly broke through the void and chased after him. The black-robed man's origin soul revealed a look of panic. Just as he was about to change directions, the spirit beast suddenly let out a roar. Its voice was like an invisible sword that pierced through space. The black-robed man's origin soul suddenly trembled. His speed couldn't help but pause for a moment. This pause allowed the spirit beast to close in on him. The spirit beast's eyes revealed a look of greed. It knew that as long as it devoured this origin soul, its strength would increase. Once it became strong enough, it would have a chance to break free from this cage and live freely in this vast world. With this thought in mind, the spirit beast worked even harder. At this moment, it blew out a mouthful of fragrant wind. This was the soul wind, and as it blew by, the black-robed man's origin soul immediately froze. If it was a normal nascent soul without a body, they would immediately lose the ability to resist this wind. However, the black-robed man didn't have a nascent soul, but an origin soul. His origin soul was at the peak of the late stage of soul transformation and was about to enter the ascendant stage. Because of this, even though the wind was effective, it couldn't completely freeze the black-robed man. His expression changed greatly, and his body moved at an unbelievable angle. The moment the soul beast landed, he rushed out. He was about to use a soul-damaging technique that would permanently damage his soul to escape, even at the cost of his essence. Just at this moment, Wang Lin moved. He didn't move his body, but the soul lasher. The whip moved like a phantom and wrapped around the black-robed man's origin soul. It was pulled back into Wang Lin's hand and imprisoned inside a soul flag. The spirit beast suddenly became angry. Its body trembled, and it suddenly turned around to try to devour Wang Lin. From its point of view, the delicacy it was about to eat was taken away by someone else. Its anger right now was no less than when it was sealed by a celestial to refine a treasure. Wang Lin let out a sigh in his heart. His eyes became cold, and he softly said one word. With one word, the spirit beast's eyes became red, and it let out an angry roar. After a while, it gave Wang Lin a vicious look and returned to the war chariot. The moment it returned to the war chariot, it didn't give Wang Lin any time to react. The war chariot immediately turned into the beast trap and automatically flew to Wang Lin's feet. A powerful suction force came from the beast trap. Wang Lin wryly smiled. When this spirit beast started to play tricks, it was quite a headache. He quickly sat down in the lotus position and slapped his bag of holding. Celestial jades appeared in his hand to resist the suction from the beast trap. This time, the beast trap absorbed a lot more celestial energy than before. It was clear how angry the spirit beast was. Although absorbing immortal energy was a side effect of the beast-repelling collar using its divine ability, the soul beast would more or less gain some control over it after fusing with the collar for a long time. However, its control was limited, and it could at most increase the amount of immortal energy it absorbed. After a long time, Wang Lin took a deep breath, and the suction force of the beast trap slowly disappeared. It was clear that the spirit beast was powerless and could only reluctantly give up. After putting away the beast trap, Wang Lin bitterly smiled. He let out a sigh and sat down to recover all the celestial energy in his body. Only then did he open his eyes. This spirit beast. Wang Lin shook his head. The sky was already bright, and the demonic spiritual energy wave that lasted all night had gradually disappeared. Wang Lin stood up and slapped his bag of holding. He took out the soul flag that imprisoned the black-robed man's origin soul. With a shake of his hand, the Origin's soul flew out. Wang Lin's right hand moved like lightning and grabbed the Origin's soul. At the same time, the celestial energy in Wang Lin's body turned into threads and entered the Origin's soul through Wang Lin's right hand, forming a restriction. If the black-robed man wanted to self-destruct, this restriction would be able to slow him down. Although he couldn't completely seal the black-robed man's self-destruction due to his cultivation level, Wang Lin could detect it beforehand and seal the black-robed man inside the soul flag before he self-destructed. I can't accept this. If you didn't have that spirit beast treasure, if you didn't have those origin souls to attract the heavenly ghost, then you wouldn't have been a match for me today. You would have died for sure. The black-robed man's origin soul let out a roar. The viciousness in his eyes was very strong. He knew that he wouldn't be able to survive after being captured. The seal in his body also let him know that self-destruction was impossible, so he decided to vent as much as he wanted. Wang Lin didn't waste any time and asked, "What is a demon crystal?" The black-robed man's origin soul sneered and said, "Shameless person, you forced me to fight you. You took advantage of me, using my full strength to release a treasure, to force my origin soul to leave my body. Is this what the Heavenly Fates sect does?" Wang Lin frowned and his right hand squeezed. The origin soul revealed a painful expression and let out a miserable scream. However, the viciousness in his eyes became even stronger. "I, Lu Yun, am a member of the Heavenly Ghost sect. Since I cultivate the Heavenly Ghost sect, I naturally have a ghost spirit to protect me. If you kill me, my master, Taoist ghost, will know and he will get revenge for me. Even Tian Yunzi has to treat my master as an equal. Wang Lin, you better think this through." The origin soul sneered and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin coldly looked at this person and felt a bit impatient. He directly hit Lu Yun's origin soul with his left hand. This hit caused Lu Yun's origin soul, which had lost its body, to almost dissipate. It immediately became very weak. "My master won't let you go." The viciousness in Lu Yun's eyes reached its limit. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. His left hand pressed down on the origin soul's head, and he softly said, "Soul Search." The Soul Search spell had a lot of restrictions, but with Wang Lin's current cultivation and celestial spiritual energy, it wasn't difficult for him to use this spell. Plus, the origin soul was very weak, so there was no problem using it. Waves of miserable screams came from Lu Yun's origin soul. The Soul Search spell was one of the most tyrannical spells. It was one of the spells that went against the heavens. If this spell was used on a physical body, the pain would be less, but if it was used on a nascent soul or origin soul, the pain would be magnified several times. Lu Yun's screams slowly weakened. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, there was no more sound. His origin soul had become almost transparent. Wang Lin raised his left hand and pierced through Lu Yun's origin soul into his dantian. When he pulled his hand back, there was a crystal in his hand. Wang Lin revealed a pondering expression as he put Lu Yun's origin soul into the soul flag. Wang Lin had use for Lu Yun's origin soul. He planned to refine this origin soul into one of the primary souls in the soul flag. After putting the soul flag inside his bag of holding, Wang Lin moved like a bolt of lightning and flew off into the distance. He was going where the primary souls were chasing the heavenly ghost. So this demon spirit land has such a mystery. No wonder Ouyang Hua said that every time outsiders enter, there will be a bloodbath, the heavenly ghost sect. Although Lu Yun's words are a bit exaggerated, they are also true. However, this matter will happen 500 years later, so there is no need to worry about it now. The heavenly ghost sect's cultivation method is a bit interesting. In addition, I can try cultivating the forbidden spells in Lu Yun's memory. Those that say, "I don't keep my promise," go find a corner and draw circles. I've made up for what I promised. Number 17, haha. Chapter 531. The demon spirit land is divided into 9 countries, and in each country is sealed an ancient demon spirit. These ancient demon spirits are formed by nature and contain powerful spells. Once a cultivator fuses with one, their cultivation level will increase greatly, and they will also obtain powerful spells. According to Lu Yun's memories, every ancient demon spirit is a rare treasure. After fusing with one, there's a chance to enter a realm called the beginning of the God realm. The so-called beginning of the God realm is a very mysterious realm. Once a cultivator enters this realm, their comprehension of the heavens will reach an unimaginable degree. If that was it wouldn't be a big deal, but the most attractive thing is that once you enter the beginning of the God realm, there's a chance you can create your own celestial spell based on your own domain. Rumor has it that the celestial spells passed down from the celestial realm were created by powerful celestials when they entered this realm. As Wang Lin flew, his eyes shined brightly. After he gained control of Lu Yun's memories, he had an impression of the demon spirit land. However, it is extremely difficult to obtain the ancient phase spirit. According to Luo Yun's memories, even though this place opens once every 5,000 years, the number of cultivators who have truly obtained the ancient phase spirit is too few. It is rumored that less than 10 people have truly obtained the ancient phase spirit in the past tens of thousands of years. There is only one way to obtain it, and that is through military service. There is only one ancient demon spirit in each country, and it is not controlled by anyone. It is the spiritual symbol of each country. It evolves once every 100,000 years, and if someone fuses with it early, it will take millions of years for a new ancient demon to be born. There are 9 countries here, and each one has a different rank. For example, the Sky Demon country's ancient demon spirit was born millions of years ago, and it is the lowest rank. Another example is the ancient demon spirit in the 9 Extinction country. From the moment it was born, no cultivator had ever fused with it. Its power is unimaginable. Only those with outstanding military exploits were qualified to worship the ancient monster. Only those peerless demons who had slaughtered the heavens had the chance to become the owner of this object. This ancient demon spirit was very strange. All the natives of the demon spirit land, no matter how much merit they had, could only worship it and not fuse with it. Only outsiders had a chance to fuse with it. As for the reason for all of this, no one knew. In addition, demonic power was also the key to fusing with this item. Without enough demonic power, even if there was a chance to fuse with it, it would not be complete. Thus, every 5,000 years, the outsiders would enter this place and start a reign of carnage. They had to kill him. As long as they killed him, they would be able to devour all the demonic energy he had absorbed here. Only by killing him will there be one less competitor. Wang Lin revealed a pondering expression as he quickly moved toward where the primary soul was. He moved like a meteor across the sky and disappeared without a trace. According to Luo Yun's memories, the reason why he understands this place so well is because there was a person from the Sky Ghost sect who entered this place 10,000 years ago. Although he did not obtain an ancient demon, he ultimately barely survived the danger of death and successfully walked out of this place. After he returned to the Heavenly Ghost sect, he carefully recorded his 500 years of experience here. This is why Lu Yun knows so much about this place, but now it has all gone to slaughter. According to Lu Yun's plan and his ancestors' experience, he concluded that if he wants to quickly take root here, he must quickly join a country. Only then will he be qualified to obtain military exploits. More importantly, once he has military exploits, he won't be fighting alone. He will have demon soldiers and demon generals under his command. This will increase his power greatly and allow him to have a powerful advantage in the early stages. The closest place to this place is the Sky Demon country. This Lu Yun went to Ancient Demon City to get the general of the left wing of the Lucky Demon City. He needs rank 3 demonic spiritual energy to enter the Sky Demon country. The demonic spiritual energy here is calculated by ranks. Rank 3 demonic spiritual energy is equal to the total amount of spiritual energy a foundation establishment cultivator needs. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved his right hand and a demon crystal appeared. This was something from Wang Lin's dantian. Wang Lin checked it, and found that it contained rank 2 demonic spiritual energy. No wonder this Lu Yun wants to kill me. I absorbed the demon crystal in the valley. In comparison, the one I absorbed was only rank 1 demonic spiritual energy. Adding them together, I have exactly rank 3 demonic spiritual energy. However, now it has all gone to my advantage. Wang Lin sneered and moved very fast. With his divine sense, he found out that the primary soul was not far away. His body turned into a cloud of green smoke as he moved forward. Suddenly, Wang Lin's heart trembled. He forced his body out of the green smoke and began to ponder. Something is wrong. In Lu Yun's memories, after merging with the ancient demon spirit, there is a chance to enter the beginning of God realm. This beginning of God sounds a bit familiar. Beginning of God. Beginning of God. Beginning of God. Beginning. Wang Lin's body trembled, and he suddenly stopped in the air. His eyes shined brightly. If one looked from afar, Wang Lin's eyes would look like they were shining brightly. Primordial realm. Could it be the primordial realm? Wang Lin took a deep breath, and the light in his eyes became even brighter. Ji Dao beginning. Wang Lin's heart beat like crazy. After obtaining the Ji realm, Wang Lin had searched for information about the Ji realm. His biggest harvest was the cave he found in the Sea of Devils in Shizuku. There were countless ancient books there, and he had obtained detailed records of everything related to the Ji realm. While looking at the Ji realm, he couldn't help but see the other 2 realms that were named after the Ji realm. Dao realm, primordial realm. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he began to ponder. The beginning of the divine realm. The 3 great realms of spiritual energy have existed for a very long time. However, since the limits can convert spiritual energy to the senses of the soul, the other 2 realms should be able to do the same. Is the beginning of the divine realm a manifestation of the primordial realm converting to the senses of the soul? If the Ji realm is death, then the primordial realm represents life. If this kind of life is placed on divine sense, then it represents a kind of life and death, or a kind of creation. I cultivate the life and death cycle of the heavens. If I can combine the Ji realm and the primordial realm, and take the death of the Ji realm and the life of the primordial realm, will I be able to complete the reincarnation cycle? Thinking about this, Wang Lin shook his head and bitterly smiled. He shouldn't fantasize about it anymore. These things were too unrealistic. He let out a sigh and stopped thinking about it. Whether or not the beginning of God was as he guessed, it had nothing to do with him right now. There was no point in thinking about it. Wang Lin's body moved. He took a step and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was thousands of kilometers away. Thousands of kilometers away, on a plain. The moment Wang Lin reappeared, several ghost-like creatures came from all directions and circled around Wang Lin's body. There was even a Chilan beast that roared. Wang Lin scanned the surroundings with the senses of his soul, and his gaze landed on a pitch-black chasm on the ground. The chasm was around 300 meters long. It seemed like someone had cut down a ravine in the sky with a flying sword. However, due to the passage of time, many parts of it had already collapsed. Only a crack that was less than 30 meters long remained. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds. If one did not look carefully, it would be very difficult to notice the existence of the chasm. Wang Lin opened his mouth and inhaled. The main souls around him immediately turned into black smoke and wormed into Wang Lin's mouth, fusing with the soul banner in his soul. After stowing away the main souls, Wang Lin landed outside the chasm and looked over coldly. The heavenly ghost, according to Luo Yun's memories, is an item unique to the heavenly ghost sect. It is born from the void and is originally invisible. However, the people of the heavenly ghost sect use the blood of pregnant women, the hot blood of young men, and the origin souls of cultivators to summon it. After 49 years, they are able to summon a heavenly ghost and use a secret technique to capture it and turn it into their life ghost spirit. This Luo Yun is someone with a high status in the heavenly ghost sect. When he entered this place, his master gave him the weakest of his 9 life ghost spirits to protect himself. Luo Yun has only been refining it for a short period of time, which is why the ghost spirit betrayed him. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He waved his right hand, and 2 strands of gray gas appeared between his fingers. Wang Lin flicked his right hand, and the 2 strands of gray gas immediately charged out of his fingers and into the depths of the chasm. The 2 strands of gray gas were like raging dragons that roared as they charged into the chasm. The heavenly ghost had been hiding here for a long time. It had betrayed its master and suffered a backlash. Adding on the fact that it was no longer connected to its master, it was extremely weak right now. However, this weakness was only temporary. Once it survived the 7 days, it would be able to live without the blood essence. Once it survived the 49 days, it would completely regain its freedom and turn into a formless object. From then on, it would be able to go anywhere in the world. At this moment, the heavenly ghost was hiding in the chasm. It suddenly opened its eyes, moved, and charged toward one of the strands of gray gas. However, the moment it charged toward the gray gas immediately dissipated into specks of gray light. The heavenly ghost was startled and turned around to retreat, but it was too late. The scattered specks of gray light instantly gathered together. However, the center of the specks was the heavenly ghost. In an instant, the heavenly ghost's body was covered in gray light. It let out a roar and retreated once more. Just at this moment, another strand of gray gas charged toward the heavenly ghost. It collapsed and turned into a speck of gray light. Then it condensed once more. This time, it was the center of the heavenly ghost. Just like this, in an extremely short period of time, the heavenly ghost was covered in gray light. To be continued. Chapter 532. Wang Lin was outside the gully. His eyes flashed as he reached out with his right hand and shouted, "Collect!" The moment he said this, the sky ghost's angry roars came from the gully. At the same time, a black light shot out from the gully and pounced at Wang Lin. Wang Lin quickly retreated, and the black light chased after him. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. As he retreated, he touched his bag of holding, and the soul lasher appeared in his hand. With a snap, the heavenly ghost let out a painful groan and couldn't help but slowed down a bit. The soul lasher was specialized in attacking the origin soul. This sky ghost didn't have a physical body, so it was clearly a soul and origin soul. The sky ghost became even more ferocious as it felt pain. Ignoring the pain, it pounced at Wang Lin. It looked extremely ferocious and murderous. The 2 strands of gray gas on its body were like needles, constantly taking away a large amount of the sky ghost's life force. But at this moment, the sky ghost didn't even look at it. It charged straight at Wang Lin. Everywhere it passed, the grass withered and turned yellow. It was a very strange sight. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He didn't retreat and quickly lashed out with the soul lasher. With a few cracking sounds, the sky ghost immediately let out a painful groan. Finally, under the intense pain, it had to give up and escape. Wang Lin knew that this was the sky ghost's weakest moment. If it escaped and recovered, then it would be very difficult to deal with it in the future. After searching through Luo Yun's memories, Wang Lin already knew that after the sky ghost betrayed him, it would need 7 days and 49 days to recover. Without any hesitation, he flung the soul lasher in his hand forward. The whip instantly became like a dragon, rushing straight towards the heavenly ghost. The heavenly ghost was extremely ferocious. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, it suddenly turned around, opened its ghost mouth, and spat out a green flame. It was like a sea of fire directly covering the soul lasher. This ghostly fire was the heavenly ghost's life fire, and its most powerful attack. The heavenly ghost's hatred for Wang Lin wasn't as strong as the whip, but the true hatred it felt toward the whip. The way he saw it, this whip was something that was specifically used to deal with heavenly ghosts. Even if he died, he would destroy it. He had only heard of one such treasure in his life, but that treasure had long since disappeared from this world, so it was impossible for it to exist. Right now, he had already decided that he had to destroy this strange treasure that was specially made to deal with the sky ghost. That was why he used his life fire despite his weakened body. At the moment it spat out its life flame, Wang Lin's expression changed. He already knew how powerful this heavenly ghost was, so he was a bit hesitant. However, considering that this was its weakest moment, he decided to capture it. But at this moment, the moment he saw the fire, Wang Lin's heart trembled. He didn't directly resist the fire, but he could still feel the strangeness of the fire. This fire didn't burn the body, but the origin soul. Almost immediately, Wang Lin clearly felt waves of burning pain in his origin soul. He didn't have time to grieve over the soul lasher and immediately retreated. But at this moment, the skin of the soul lasher that was covered by the sky ghost life fire made a cracking sound. A golden light suddenly flashed. This golden light only flashed once before it disappeared without a trace. But it was only a flash, but it caused Wang Lin's eyes to narrow. The golden light flashed, and the fire of the sky ghost that covered the whip was immediately extinguished. It didn't extinguish slowly, but instantly, as if it had been slapped by an invisible hand. After the fire was extinguished, the sky ghost's expression became even more strange, as if it had seen something unbelievable. It let out a scream and quickly fled. However, it was still too late. With a flash of golden light, not only were the flames extinguished, but even the heavenly ghost's body immediately became transparent. Almost in an instant, the heavenly ghost let out a terrified shriek as its body rapidly dissipated. Wang Lin's body moved as fast as lightning. He directly charged out and grabbed the soul lasher. The whip trembled and immediately flew back into Wang Lin's hand. Holding onto the whip, Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. The golden light on the whip just now was too strange. Looking at the sky ghost again, if Wang Lin hadn't pulled back the whip in time, it would have already died. Even now, it was already on the verge of death, and its body was slowly dissipating. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the soul banner appeared in his hand. With a wave, he sucked the sky ghost into the soul banner. Using the special environment inside the soul banner, the sky ghost stopped dissipating. After doing all this, Wang Lin carefully looked at the soul lasher in his hand. After being burned by the fire of the sky ghost, there were some changes to the whip. Layers of thin skin curled up, and when he touched it, he felt that it was extremely hard. As he looked at it, Wang Lin suddenly had a strange feeling. When the whip was burned by the fire, it was like a python shedding its skin. However, it had only just shed its skin, and its power was not yet complete. After a while, Wang Lin put away the whip and looked into the distance. After determining the direction, he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. 3 days later, Wang Lin saw the valley in the distance. At this moment, the formation above the valley was slowly moving, and a powerful pressure slowly spread out. Wang Lin was very familiar with this pressure. It came from the restriction flag. Before, when Wang Lin left, he took out the restriction flag and used it with the formation to protect the valley from the demon spirit wave. His figure moved like lightning and arrived outside the valley in an instant. With one step, he entered the valley. He had broken the formation once, and with the restriction flag, Wang Lin could come and go as he pleased. The moment he appeared in the valley, he immediately saw the residents sitting in the center of the valley, listening to Ouyang Hua's speech. Ouyang Hua immediately saw Wang Lin and revealed a look of joy. He quickly walked through the crowd and bowed toward Wang Lin from afar. He respectfully said, "Welcome back, Upper Celestial." At this moment, there was no disrespect in his heart. He had personally seen Wang Lin leave with another outsider. Now that the Upper Celestial had returned, this could only mean one thing. That outsider had been killed by Wang Lin. From Ouyang Hua's point of view, once two outsiders met, only one of them would survive. The depths of the valley are considered a forbidden area. Do not randomly enter. After saying this, Wang Lin took a step forward and disappeared from everyone's sight. He had entered the depths of the valley. Ouyang Hua revealed a look of ecstasy. He took a deep breath and thought that if there was an Upper Celestial guarding this place, then his safety in the future would be greatly guaranteed. Not only that, but it would also be much easier to expand his territory. Thinking about this, Ouyang Hua's eyes revealed a hint of fanaticism. He suddenly turned around and looked at the residents in the valley. He loudly said, "No one is allowed to enter the depths of the valley. You all have to watch Haizi closely. Don't violate the clan rules." Most of the residents nodded, but there were a few who revealed unhappy expressions. One of the burly men muttered, "Why can't we go there? That's the only cool spot in the valley." Ouyang Hua's eyes widened as he shouted, "This is the clan's rule. From today onwards, this rule will be included in the clan's rules. Anyone who violates it will be kicked out of the valley to fend for themselves." After he said this, the people who opposed him immediately stopped. No one dared to say another word. Perhaps because he felt that his words were too stiff, Ouyang Hua coughed and said, "This valley is too small. It should be changed. Your families should have more women. Our clan should also expand a bit." Hearing this, the eyes of the residents in the surroundings immediately turned red, revealing a hint of madness. One of them took a few steps forward and said in a loud voice, "Elder, are we going to start a war?" Ouyang Hua fiercely nodded. Wang Lin sat in the depths of the valley. The reason he chose to stay here was because he had other plans. If he wanted to gain a foothold in the demon spirit land, he needed strength and military merit. He had to go to ancient demon city, but before that, he had to make some preparations. It would be difficult to make a name for oneself in ancient demon city. Also, according to Lu Yun's memories, there were many experts in the left wing of the demon spirit land. They were all natives of the demon spirit land, and their cultivation focused on demonic spiritual energy. Their spells were also the same. Although Wang Lin hadn't seen anyone who used demonic spiritual energy, Lu Yun had. Lu Yun's ancestor had interacted with them for a long time. If it was before Lu Yun's soul, Wang Lin would have gone to ancient demon city without any hesitation, but now he had changed his mind. Instead of going to Lucky Devil City to enter the demon general's mansion of the left wing, why don't I stay in this valley and teach the people here so that they will listen to my orders? I will teach them spells and abilities. This way, countless years from now, I will have my own force. Wang Lin pondered and then revealed a hint of decisiveness. Those who want to achieve great things don't care about trifles. I'll teach them the soul flag spell. This spell is easy to learn and suits the need to kill. The more they kill, the more soul fragments they can gather, and the stronger they will become. As a result, I can take this opportunity to see if I can repair the 1 billion soul flag. Once it's repaired, I won't even fear ascendant cultivators. I'll be able to rank in the top 10 of all the foreign cultivators here. Only then will I have a chance to obtain the ancient demon spirit. Thinking about this, Wang Lin took a deep breath. He touched his bag of holding, and 2 jades appeared in his hand. He scanned them with his divine sense and left some chants on them. The soul refining sect had 3 spells: soul refining, soul extracting, and soul sealing. Among them, the soul sealing spell was something only direct descendants could cultivate. In truth, the soul sealing spell was prepared for the 1 billion soul flag. It was a method to control the 1 billion soul flag. As for soul refining and soul extracting, they were the foundation of the soul refining sect. Aside from these 2 spells, creating their own soul flag was also one of the most important things a disciple had to do. Only by creating a soul flag could they be considered a true disciple of the soul refining sect. Among them, soul refining was to refine an inherent soul, while soul extraction was to extract a living person's soul. Wang Lin only left behind the initial chants for the soul refining and soul extracting methods. Then he pondered a bit and simply left behind the method to create the soul flag. There was a fatal flaw in using this method to create the soul flag, and this flaw was something only Wang Lin knew. It could even be said that through this flaw, he could ignore his opponent's refinement and directly control his opponent's soul streamer as his own. Wang Lin was a cautious person, so he naturally wouldn't teach someone without reservation. Chapter 533. After making the jades, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out and covered the entire valley. Every single one of the natives had nowhere to hide from Wang Lin's divine sense. He checked them one by one and found that all of them had good talent. They were countless times stronger than he was back then. While feeling emotional, Wang Lin was also a bit happy. These people's talent was pretty good, which meant they could cultivate. Although there was no spiritual energy here, there was demonic spiritual energy. If these people used demonic spiritual energy to cultivate the soul flag, perhaps they would gain something else. With this thought in mind, Wang Lin's divine sense found Ouyang Hua, who was planning to attack other valleys and residences. After sending a message to Ouyang Hua's ear, Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense. Not long after, Ouyang Hua quickly ran over with a respectful expression. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly heard Wang Lin's voice. His heart trembled, and he quickly rushed over. Wang Lin threw 2 jades toward Ouyang Hua. Ouyang Hua was startled. He carefully looked at the jades, and his face was filled with excitement as he said, "Upper Celestial, is this a demon jade?" Demon jade, more or less. Wang Lin pondered a bit and remembered the ancestor's record he had seen in Lu Yun's memory. In the demon spirit land, there was a demon jade. Ouyang Hua held the jade and took a deep breath. After looking at it for a long time, his old face turned red, and he whispered, "Upper Celestial, this old man only knows that this thing has a recording function, but I don't know how to check it." After Wang Lin finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Ouyang Hua took a deep breath and sat cross-legged on the ground. He placed the jade slip between his eyebrows and began to imagine. But after a while, he frowned. No matter how he tried to imagine, he couldn't sense anything. Although Wang Lin had his eyes closed, he was still checking Ouyang Hua. This person was the elder of this valley because when he was young, he went to ancient Demon City and was found to have the power of 1 star. Although he couldn't live in ancient Demon City, his status increased greatly after returning to the valley. Within Ouyang Hua's body, Wang Lin could clearly see a thread-like aura slowly flowing within his dantian. However, this person's meridians were too blocked. Not only was this aura flowing very slowly, but its range was also limited. Even so, this aura could be slightly catalyzed by the formation in the valley. As such, this person could control the formation and borrow the power of the formation to create an illusory body. 2 hours later, Ouyang Hua had no choice but to give up. He sighed inwardly and bitterly shook his head. Wang Lin opened his eyes, and they shined brightly. He waved his right hand, and Ouyang Hua let out a cry of surprise. Ouyang Hua's body involuntarily flew forward. Wang Lin's left hand formed 2 fingers and suddenly pointed at Ouyang Hua's lower abdomen. With this, Ouyang Hua let out a muffled groan and felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. Bean-sized beads of sweat came out from his forehead and fell to the ground. Although it was painful, he clenched his teeth. Ouyang Hua knew that if Wang Lin wanted to harm him, it wouldn't be so troublesome. What Wang Lin was doing now was most likely to help him. With his age, he would only be able to reach 1 star for the rest of his life, so it was impossible for him to increase his cultivation. However, now he couldn't help but be excited because his intuition told him that once he grasped this day, breaking through would no longer be an eternal dream. Wang Lin's left hand slowly moved up from Ouyang Hua's lower abdomen. Every half an inch caused Ouyang Hua to feel more pain. Sweat fell from his forehead like rain, and his body trembled violently. His face was pale without blood. Wang Lin's expression was still the same. After his right hand moved up 3 inches, he looked at Ouyang Hua and calmly said, "Endure it." After he finished speaking, his right hand suddenly moved up from 3 inches and instantly touched the spot between Ouyang Hua's eyebrows. A miserable groan resounded throughout the entire valley. Ouyang Hua's eyes rolled back, and he fell to the ground, motionless. Wang Lin didn't look at him and continued to meditate. All the natives in the valley heard Ouyang Hua's miserable groan, but no one dared to take half a step into the depths of the valley. The clan rules were like a hanging sword. No one dared to go against them. Several hours later, Ouyang Hua slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he was completely stunned. The world in his eyes suddenly became different. The flowers were still the same flowers, the grass was still the same grass, and even the surrounding walls were still the same. However, in his eyes, everything was no longer the same. A new enlightenment surged in Ouyang Hua's heart, and he couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. He didn't need to check to know that he had reached 2 stars. He directly knelt down before Wang Lin and respectfully kowtowed 3 times from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you, Supreme Immortal." Although he didn't say much, it was filled with excitement and shock that even 10,000 words couldn't compare to. Wang Lin nodded and said, "Try and see if you can see what's inside the demon slip." Ouyang Hua quickly picked up the jade slip and placed it between his eyebrows. After thinking for a bit, the chant inside the jade slip was like a brand that directly imprinted itself into his memory. Ouyang Hua's body trembled. He took a deep breath to suppress the excitement in his heart and said, "Junior can see it." He had unknowingly changed the way he referred to himself. Wang Lin nodded. His 2 fingers had helped Ouyang Hua forcefully open a meridian. This method was too domineering and would have many side effects, but it was the fastest way to increase his cultivation. This chant is called soul refining. Listen carefully. I will only explain it to you once. After you learn it, teach it to the natives here. Wang Lin looked at Ouyang Hua and slowly said, Ouyang Hua's excitement today could be said to come and go, and each wave was higher than the last. The increase in his cultivation already made him very excited. After seeing the chant inside the jade, his heart couldn't help but beat like crazy. He had a vague guess in his heart, but he didn't dare to believe it was true. After all, in the demon spirit land, all cultivation methods were extremely precious. Ordinary people would never be able to obtain one in their lifetime. Ouyang Hua took a deep breath and asked in disbelief, "Supreme Immortal, you mean you're going to teach me this cultivation method?" Wang Lin's expression was neutral as he nodded and said, "Not only you, but the natives here will be taught as well." Ouyang Hua's body trembled as he respectfully bowed and said, "Ouyang Hua will never forget Supreme Immortal's kindness." This voice came from the bottom of his heart and was filled with sincerity. It has to be said that in the demon spirit land, cultivation methods were in the hands of a small number of people, and they were not ordinary. People like Ouyang Hua would never have the chance to learn a cultivation method, much less the natives of the valley. Wang Lin pointed out the important aspects of cultivating the soul refining spell. Ouyang Hua was like a student as he carefully listened and memorized everything. His gratitude toward Wang Lin became even stronger. After Wang Lin finished speaking, Ouyang Hua bowed like a disciple and left. Seeing Ouyang Hua like this, Wang Lin was startled, but he soon calmed down. He was teaching this person a cultivation method, and this person bowed like this. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months went by. Ouyang Hua was very diligent and spent almost all of his time cultivating the soul refining spell. He even suppressed the matter of attacking other clans and focused on studying this spell. His talent was good, and the spells of the soul refining sect were easy to learn but difficult to master. As a result, Ouyang Hua gained some power in these 3 months. Not only him, but all the males in the clan cultivated under Ouyang Hua's guidance, and they all had different achievements. During these 3 months of time, Wang Lin spent all day cultivating and studying the demon crystal. Under his study, the 2 demon crystals fused into one. This demon crystal contained a vast amount of demonic energy. Many tentacles that looked like smoke appeared on the surface of the demon crystal and floated around in a strange manner. Rank 3 demon crystal. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he opened his mouth to swallow the demon crystal. The moment the crystal entered his body, it immediately appeared in his dantian. Bursts of demonic spiritual energy came from it and moved through the meridians around Wang Lin's dantian. After one cycle, Wang Lin's aura suddenly changed. At this moment, he no longer had the elegance of a celestial. Instead, demonic spiritual energy filled his body, making him look strange. Even his face became demonic, and his eyes would make anyone's heart skip a beat. This was a pair of extremely demonic eyes. The vertical oval pupils caused everyone's heart to tremble involuntarily. Wang Lin raised his right hand, clenched it, and frowned. My body is filled with demonic spiritual energy, but unfortunately, there isn't enough demonic spiritual energy. Even if I use all of it, it can only reach the level of a foundation-building cultivator. With a thought, all the demonic spiritual energy in his meridians returned to the demon crystal, leaving not a trace behind. After the demonic spiritual energy was withdrawn, the celestial spiritual energy naturally flowed through his meridians. Wang Lin's aura immediately changed from demonic spiritual energy to that of a celestial. This demonic spiritual energy is interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. In these 3 months, he had left this place 3 times. Each time, it was to explain the technique to all the cultivators in the valley. Almost everyone in the valley knew that this technique came from Wang Lin. It was Wang Lin who gave them the chance to cultivate this technique. The fear and misunderstandings they had towards Wang Lin were all swept away and replaced with endless gratitude and respect. In these 3 times, almost every time Wang Lin walked out, all the residents would stop what they were doing and greet Wang Lin respectfully when they saw Wang Lin. Among the people cultivating the soul-refining spell, aside from Ouyang Hua, there was another person who caught Wang Lin's attention. This person was the young man that Wang Lin had secretly followed and found out about this valley. This young man was very good at cultivating the soul-refining technique. In just 3 months, he had reached the 3rd stage of this technique. This stage was for him to make his own soul flag. The 3rd chapter has been updated. Thank you everyone for your monthly votes. It has already exceeded 50 votes. Earroot is very grateful. In order to give Earroot motivation to update, Earroot shamelessly threw out another temptation to himself. The time until tomorrow's update would be increased to 540 votes. Tomorrow, he would continue with the 3rd chapter. Earroot's recent condition was good. The surgery was over and his personal matters had been dealt with. He had a lot of time. In fact, even if everyone didn't vote, they would still update the 3rd chapter. This was to make up for the delay from before. Earroot apologizes to everyone for what happened before. AI, March is a month full of disasters. This monthly vote was actually more useful to motivate himself. This was because with the monthly vote on the book, for Earroot, it was a responsibility that he had to complete. Under this pressure, he would be able to write faster. Everyone, please motivate Earroot. No matter what method you use, this way I will have more motivation. Of course, I will open a different identity, and all of them will not be fake. Those who come to scold me for no reason, don't think that I don't know who you are. I will give you some face. Write your book in peace and stop messing around. Chapter 534. Wang Lin had already given the method to make a soul flag to Ouyang Hua. However, the materials were extremely scarce in the demon spirit land, so it was difficult to make a soul flag. Because of this, Wang Lin took some time to carefully study it. He used the wood from the earth spirit tree, beast skin, demonic spiritual energy, and some hand seals to barely imitate the effect of a soul flag. However, this substitute soul flag could only seal less than 10 souls. In other words, 10 soul flags was the limit. However, there were a lot of them. Although using 10 at the same time wouldn't be as effective as the 100 soul flag, it would still have half of its power. Similarly, Wang Lin naturally hit a fatal flaw in this substitute soul flag. This flaw was something that only he knew. After all, only Wang Lin knew the spells of the soul refining sect on planet Tianyun. After imprinting the newly researched method of making a soul flag onto a jade, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and called Ouyang Hua and a youth named San over. San was the youth that Wang Lin secretly followed. This person seemed to have an unfathomable understanding of the soul refining spell. If Du Tian was still alive, he would be shocked by his cultivation speed. San quietly stood before Wang Lin. During this period of time, he felt a sense of respect from the bottom of his heart toward this supreme celestial. At the same time, there was also an unimaginable sense of awe. The more he cultivated the soul refining spell, the more awe he felt. During the 3 months he cultivated this spell, he would often secretly analyze it. In the end, he came to the conclusion that once he mastered this spell, its power would be unimaginable. 10 soul flag, 100 soul flag, 1,000 soul flag, 10,000 soul flag, 100,000 soul flag. Sure, Sin took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed a hint of fanaticism. Ouyang Hua was a lot more experienced than Shi San. He respectfully stood before Wang Lin with a respectful expression. In truth, from the moment Wang Lin taught everyone the soul-refining spell, as they cultivated, the real power gradually shifted from Ouyang Hua to Wang Lin. Almost everyone knew that Wang Lin was the master of this place. Supreme Celestial, there are 27 males in the valley, and they all cultivate the soul-refining spell. Aside from Shi San, most of them are stuck at the first stage, and 6 of them still haven't been able to cultivate it. Wang Lin sat in the lotus position and nodded. Although the soul-refining spell was easy to learn, not everyone could learn it. If more than half of the 27 people here had reached the first stage, it would have caused a huge sensation in Suzaku. Wang Lin glanced at Shi San, who was standing beside Ouyang Hua. This child's cultivation speed was something that Wang Lin was very satisfied with. Feeling Wang Lin's gaze on him, Shi San straightened his back, and the fanaticism in his eyes became even stronger. He looked at Wang Lin and loudly said, "Supreme Celestial, Shi San is already cultivated to the 3rd stage. If he can make a soul flag, he can go out and find a soul seal." Wang Lin faintly smiled. His right hand reached out, and a jade slip silently appeared in his hand. He threw it forward and smiled. The method to make a new soul flag is here. Shi San caught it and revealed a look of ecstasy. He took a deep breath and stuck the jade slip between his eyebrows according to the method Ouyang Hua taught him. After a while, his body trembled and his eyes revealed a look of excitement. He looked at Wang Lin and suddenly knelt on the ground, kowtowing 3 times. Wang Lin closed his eyes and slowly said, "You can leave. Focus on making the soul flag." Shi San nodded, put down the jade slip, and left. Ouyang Hua hesitated for a moment. He looked at Wang Lin and then at the jade slip on the ground. Without Wang Lin's order, he really didn't dare to pick up the jade slip to look at it. Wang Lin slowly said, "Take a look. You have also reached the 3rd stage. If you can make a soul flag and use your demonic energy to guide and seal the soul, your strength will greatly increase." Ouyang Hua quickly picked up the jade slip and placed it between his eyebrows. After a while, he took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Junior will go find the materials to make the soul flag." Then, he pondered for a moment and said, "Supreme Celestial, I plan to wait for Shi San to also make the soul flag. Then, I will mobilize the people in the valley to attack an underground cave 1,000 miles away. There's another tribe there with a total of dozens of tribe members." Wang Lin's expression was normal as he said, "As you wish." Ouyang Hua nodded and quickly left. The news of attacking the underground cave in a month spread throughout the valley. This was a huge battle for the residents of the valley. The other side clearly outnumbered them, but with the soul-refining technique, their chances of victory were high. During this month, all the adult men in the valley worked hard and cultivated the soul-refining technique day and night. Shi San even went out once to gather enough materials to start making a soul flag. This child's understanding of the soul-refining technique was once again useful. After failing 3 times, he finally succeeded in making the first soul flag. This first soul flag set off a huge wave in the valley. Shi San was surrounded by people, and the 7-foot soul flag in his hand immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. Shi San was extremely excited by this kind of attention. Ouyang Hua stroked his beard and smiled. In fact, he had already made the soul flag a few days before Shi San, but he didn't make it public. He left the chance to show off to Shi San. Ouyang Hua was old and smart. He naturally knew that Supreme Celestial Wang Lin seemed to value Shi San. Adding on the fact that he was not young anymore, the sky in the future no longer belonged to him. Looking at the current situation, it seemed to belong to Shi San. Little Shi San, This soul flag will only be effective after you have refined a soul and sealed it. Were you going to refine a soul and bring it back? Someone in the crowd said loudly. Everyone else agreed. Sure San snorted and said, "Who said I didn't seal a soul? Watch carefully." As he spoke, his right hand formed a seal. Suddenly, a wave of demonic energy gathered from all directions and turned into a green light that flashed at his fingertip. He pointed at the soul flag in the air, and it immediately trembled. At the same time, a black gas flew out of the soul flag at an extremely fast speed and turned into a winged lion-like beast in the air. The moment the beast appeared, it let out a roar at the sky. Ouyang Hua's eyes narrowed, and he was moved. Sure San revealed a proud expression. He pointed at the beast and shouted, "Attack!" There was a flash of ferocity in the lion-like soul's eyes. It flew out and smashed into a cliff nearby. With a loud bang, cracks appeared on the cliff. Looking at the lion-like soul, it wasn't injured at all. Waves of exclamations came from the surrounding people. Their envious gazes made Sure San very proud. He accidentally saw this flying lion when he entered the forest. At the time, this beast was seriously injured and had just died. Sure San clenched his teeth and took the risk to use the soul-refining technique. After many attempts, he was able to successfully refine the soul of the beast and seal it inside the soul flag. Sure San took a deep breath and waved his right hand. "Return." After he spoke, he waved the soul flag. However, at this moment, the lion-like soul suddenly turned around and stared at Sure San with a fierce gaze. After letting out a roar, it moved like lightning. It didn't fly toward the soul flag, but toward Sure San. The ferocious glint in his eyes had completely transformed into a thick, killing intent. 13th's expression changed. He gripped the soul banner and shouted. He held the soul flag and shouted, "Return." The lion-like soul ignored him and continued to charge forward. The surrounding people all scattered. Ouyang Hua clenched his teeth and quickly moved forward. His right hand touched his chest, and a 3-inch flag appeared in his hand. With a shake of his hand, the flag shined with a green light, and a small sparrow-like bird appeared. It let out a cry and charged toward the lion's soul. As the lion-like soul charged forward, it suddenly turned around and let out a roar at the lion-like soul. The roar seemed to have a penetrating power and caused the bird's charge to slow down. Using this pause, the lion-like soul turned into a bolt of lightning and closed in on Sure San. It opened its bloody mouth and let out a roar. 13th's face was pale. He wanted to retreat, but at this moment his entire body seemed to be locked down by an invisible force. He was unable to move at all. He could only watch as the bloody mouth grew larger and larger before his eyes, occupying his entire world. Just at this moment, a cold snort came from the depths of the valley like thunder. "Evil creature, how dare you?" What followed the cold snort was a voice that seemed to freeze the winters. When this voice landed in Sure San's ears, it was like the sound of nature. He panicked and shouted, "Supreme Celestial, save me." The same voice landed in the lion-like soul's ears, but it was like thunder. The lion-like soul trembled and almost collapsed. The reason it didn't collapse wasn't because it had the ability, but because Wang Lin wasn't willing. Its charge suddenly stopped. The lion-like soul didn't hesitate to let out a cry. Its eyes were filled with panic, and it turned around to escape. At this moment, a person walked out from the depths of the valley. With one step, Wang Lin crossed countless feet and appeared in the air. The lion's soul trembled. It could clearly sense that the person in front of it possessed a power so strong that it was impossible to resist. Facing this person, it couldn't resist at all. A deep sense of fear appeared in its heart for no reason. It spread until it was completely submerged. The lion-like soul let out a cry and no longer tried to escape. Instead, it lay in the air as if it was submitting. The fear in its eyes was extremely strong. This scene completely shocked the people in the valley. Even Ouyang Hua was dumbfounded. Deep in his heart, he was filled with unimaginable awe toward Wang Lin. This awe would last for hundreds of years. Sure San's eyes were filled with passion as he looked at Wang Lin with reverence. If the two of them were like this, there was no need to mention the others. In truth, the reason why the lion-like soul was so afraid of Wang Lin was because of the flaws left by Wang Lin in the soul flag and the cultivation method. Wang Lin could completely control and suppress all the soul beasts that the people who learned his modified soul refining method refined and sealed. Chapter 535. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he pointed at the air. The lion's soul trembled and turned into a ray of black light. It flew into the soul flag in San's hand and disappeared. This beast is not bad. It could be the main soul of your 10-soul flag. However, you have to remember that there are no tricks in the soul refining spell. Although you sealed this beast, it still tried to devour you. This is a lesson for you. After saying this, Wang Lin turned and walked into the depths of the valley. San's face was filled with shame as he looked at the soul flag in his hand and began to ponder. Time passed quickly. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The men in the valley were fully armed and hurriedly left the valley in the middle of the night, where they couldn't even see their own fingers. Oyanghua and San were the main attackers. They led the tribe to the underground cave. Wang Lin didn't follow. He didn't even spread out his divine sense. This was a trial. If these people failed, it meant they weren't suitable. Wang Lin would leave and go to ancient demon city to develop elsewhere. 5 days later, Wang Lin was cultivating in the depths of the valley. He slowly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. It didn't take long before a loud noise came from the distance. He saw a long line of people slowly approaching from the small path outside the valley. This long line was made up of people from other races with fear on their faces. There were men and women among them, and all of them were in the prime of their lives. Their hands were tied with ropes, and they were in groups of 7. Each group carried a round log that was as thick as a bucket, and their hands were tied to the logs as they slowly moved forward. Oyanghua walked in the front. His clothes were covered in blood, and although he looked haggard, there was excitement in his eyes. Around this long line of people, the people who were going into the valley followed them one after another. If there were any outsiders who walked too slowly, they would go up and scold them. Sin walked at the back of the line. His temperament was completely different from before. At this moment, he was no longer arrogant, but more calm. His face was filled with determination. As he walked, there were several people following him. However, these people all kept their distance from him, and there was even a flash of reverence in their eyes. In this battle, San could be said to be in the limelight, especially with his cooperation with Oyanghua. They successfully bypassed the enemy's formation and directly entered, catching them off guard. San had immediately summoned the lion primary soul to devour the opposing elder. Then, in front of all the outsiders, he directly used the soul refining technique to refine the soul of the opposing elder who had just died and sealed it in the soul streamer. At the same time, Oyanghua was not slow either. He used the soul refining art to refine and seal the souls of those who died in this battle. This scene dealt a heavy blow to all the outsiders. The long line quickly arrived outside the valley. After leading all the outsiders into the valley, the women in the valley immediately took out wooden buckets from their houses. There was a green liquid inside the buckets, and there were some bubbles coming out of the liquid, giving off an unpleasant smell. Every outsider was forced to drink a few mouthfuls of the green liquid. After drinking, their eyes immediately became filled with confusion. Shortly after, the people in the valley took them away and whispered something into their ears. When Wang Lin saw this with his divine sense, he didn't find it strange at all. In Liu Yun's memories, his ancestor had explained in detail that there was only one way for the scattered tribes to absorb new members, and that was to drink a bowl of demonic expelling soup. The effect of the demonic expelling soup was to make them forget everything. Then someone would whisper into their ears about the new name of the tribe. Once they had completely absorbed it, they would become a member of the tribe once they awakened. From Wang Lin's point of view, there was nothing special about this demonic expelling soup. It was too different from spells like the demonic expelling soup. If a cultivator drank this demonic expelling soup, it would have almost no effect. Oyanghua immediately rushed toward where Wang Lin was. When he was still far away, he stopped and respectfully said, "Junior Ouyang Hua requests an audience with Upper Celestial." After obtaining Wang Lin's permission, Ouyang Hua immediately calmed down and respectfully walked into the depths of the valley. From afar, he saw Wang Lin sitting there in the lotus position. He arrived before Wang Lin, took out an item, and respectfully said, "Upper Celestial, this is a demon crystal junior found in their tribe. I'm here to get it to Upper Celestial." Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he waved his right hand. The item in Ouyang Hua's hand flew into Wang Lin's hand. He took a closer look and found that there was nothing special about it. It was like a black stone with a rough appearance. Wang Lin squeezed his right hand, and a cracking sound echoed. The black stone immediately shattered, revealing a thumb-sized demon crystal. 2 armored demon crystal. Wang Lin held the demon crystal. After looking at it a few times, he lit a stick of incense. Ouyang Hua didn't look around. He lowered his head and remained silent. His expression was still respectful. After the demon crystal was lit, it immediately fused with the demon crystal in Wang Lin's dantian, becoming a 5 armored demon crystal. Wang Lin looked at Ouyang Hua and took out a piece of jade. After scanning it with his divine sense, he threw it at Ouyang Hua and calmly said, "You only have the first 3 parts of the soul refining spell. Unless you perform a meritorious deed, I won't give you the rest. Give me your demon crystal and perform a meritorious deed. I'll give you the 4th part of the soul refining spell. Cultivate it well and don't teach it to others, or else I'll get it back." Ouyang Hua forcefully suppressed the ecstasy on his face. After receiving the jade slip, he quickly nodded and immediately left. After he left, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he muttered to himself, "It looks like this step was the right one. As a tribe in this valley becomes stronger and devours the surrounding area, I'll be able to obtain more demon crystals. In addition, the more people there are in this valley, the more people there will cultivate the soul refining spell. The day I recover the 1 billion soul flag will be closer." Right now, Wang Lin was nurturing his soul. As long as Wang Lin needed it, all the sealed souls of those who cultivated the soul refining spell would become his with just a thought. Finally, when the time was right, Wang Lin would collect the souls. At that time, the 1 billion soul flag would be able to see the light of day again. The number of people in the valley suddenly increased by several times. There were now more than 50 males. The females of the other tribes were divided up. A few of the more beautiful ones were given to Wang Lin by Ouyang Hua, who wanted to perform a meritorious deed. Unfortunately, he was given the cold shoulder this time. The new tribe members also began to cultivate the soul refining spell. The entire valley was filled with a wave of cultivation. Aside from those who went out to hunt every day, most of the tribe members were focused on cultivating. There were even some females who secretly cultivated the spell. Originally, Ouyang Hua was against the idea of females cultivating, but after being scolded by Wang Lin, he immediately changed his mind and strongly encouraged females to cultivate. As a result, aside from the children, everyone in the valley, regardless of gender, began to cultivate like crazy. The soul refining spell was easy to learn. Adding on the strength of Shursan and Ouyang Hua, it immediately became everyone's dream. Time quietly passed. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this half a year, the people of the valley would often go out. Every time they went out, it would be one person or a group. Their goal was to create their own soul flag or to kill wild beasts and refine their souls. In this half a year, aside from Shursan, there were 4 other people who had reached the 3rd stage and needed to create a soul flag. The people of the valley already knew of Wang Lin's rule. Only by performing a meritorious deed would they receive the chant for the next stage, and there were only 3 ways to do so. First, hand over the demon crystals. Second, find the traces of outsiders. The third was to rely on one's own ability to refine 10 soul banners that were filled with souls. Furthermore, at least 4 of the 10 soul banners contained primary souls. If you met one of these 3 requirements, you would be given the chant for the 4th stage by Wang Lin. As for the chant for the 5th stage, the requirements were even stricter. So far, only Ouyang Hua had met the requirements and obtained the chant for the fourth stage. Even Shi San had only refined 7 soul flags. The most difficult part was the primary soul. With his strength, he only had 2 primary souls. The second primary soul was the elder from the underground cave from half a year ago. As a result, the call to attack other tribes became even stronger. Only by attacking other tribes could one obtain demon crystals, primary souls, and a large amount of soul fragments. It has to be said that Ouyang Hua's words from back then came true. Every 5,000 years, outsiders would descend, and they would bring endless bloodshed to the demon spirit land. Due to the arrival of Wang Lin, the originally peaceful life in the valley became one filled with aggression. In order to obtain a stronger chant, they wanted to start a massacre. As the clamor grew louder and louder, half a year later, a new expedition began. This time, all the members of the tribe, regardless of gender, aside from those who stayed behind to take care of the children, came out in full force. They didn't all attack one place, but split into 3 groups to attack 3 tribes at the same time. This was the only way to satisfy their needs. Otherwise, if they all attacked one place, they wouldn't be able to split the demon crystals and primary souls evenly. No one in the demon spirit land noticed that such a force was growing, and no one would pay attention to these savage tribes. Almost none of the outsiders chose to stay in the tribe like Wang Lin. They all went to different countries and obtained different identities. For military merits, for the ancient demon, they began a slaughter that would last for 500 years. Thank you everyone for your monthly votes. Seeing these monthly votes makes my ears feel like they've drunk Fu Yin Jia. Today, I'll definitely do it. In addition, I want to talk about tomorrow's goal. The book above has a cute, pink, and naughty little chrysanthemum. Just looking at it makes my heart itch. I want to reach out and touch it to see how tender and juicy it is. Fellow cultivators, please help me. I want to poke that cute little pink chrysanthemum with my finger. Popping the chrysanthemum is a bit difficult, but if I poke it, it should be possible. Hee hee. Chapter 536. The people in the valley were very well prepared for this attack. There were 3 groups. Ouyang Hua's group, Shi San's group, and the rest of the 3rd stage clansmen were in another group. Half a month later, besides Shi San's group, the other 2 groups all returned. Although there were casualties, the battle results were very good. However, the fact that Shi San's group hadn't returned was like a dark cloud that shrouded everyone's hearts. Only Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual. Another 3 days passed. Early in the morning, a black fog quickly flew over from the sky outside the valley. If one looked closely, they could see that this black fog was a lion with wings. Although there were no injuries on this lion's body, it was very weak. Sometimes its body would turn into black fog, and sometimes it would reform. It was clearly very weak and on the verge of collapse. There was a person lying on its back. That person was lying there motionlessly, and his entire body was covered in blood. Apart from that, there was also a red line that was moving back and forth in his body, as if it was a parasite. It was a very strange sight. The lion's host's soul quickly rushed towards the valley. Before it got close, several people appeared from the valley. They opened their soul flags and released their souls to fuse with the lion's host soul. As a result, the spirit of the lion's host soul was immediately shaken. The moment they saw the lion, almost everyone recognized that it was Shi San's main soul, and the person on its back was Shi San. After the lion main soul entered the valley, it immediately let out a whimper. Its body turned into specks of black light and looked like it was about to collapse. Just at this moment, a calm voice echoed throughout the valley. Condense the soul. With one word, the lion main soul turned into specks of black light and began to condense at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the specks of black light returned to normal. The surrounding tribe members all revealed respectful expressions and opened up a path. Wang Lin walked over with his hands behind his back. After the lion main soul saw Wang Lin, it immediately let out a whimper as if it had been wronged. Wang Lin pointed at the void, and the lion main soul let out a cheer. It turned into a ray of black light and flew toward Wang Lin's finger. Finally, it disappeared from his finger and turned into a black lion mark on his fingertip. The surrounding people were already used to Wang Lin's absolute control over the soul. They didn't dare to have any fluctuations in their hearts as they respectfully lowered their heads. Wang Lin walked over and stopped where Shi San was. He looked down and revealed a gloomy expression. He saw a red line moving like a dragon on Shi San's body. Shi San's face was pale without any color, and his aura was gone. Wang Lin squatted down and pointed at 13's chest. With this, a sharp cry came from 13's body. At the same time, a red line shot out from where Wang Lin pointed and charged toward Wang Lin like lightning. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and an invisible force came from his body. The red line was bounced back as if it had hit an iron plate. At this moment, Wang Lin waved his hand and grabbed the red line. With a quick pull, the red line was pulled out from Shi San's body by Wang Lin. This red line was about 10 feet long, and after it was pulled out, it began to twist like a snake. The other end of the line quickly charged at Wang Lin, but it was blocked once more. The coldness in Wang Lin's eyes became even stronger. He squeezed, and the celestial spiritual energy in his body surged like crazy toward the red line. There was a series of crackling sounds, and after 3 breaths of time, the red line turned to dust and dissipated. After losing the red line, Shi San's face gradually turned red. Although he still hadn't awakened, his life was no longer in danger. However, Wang Lin's expression became even more gloomy. He could tell at a glance that this Shi San was crippled. This person cultivated the soul-refining art and had reached the standard of a 3-star demonic force. At this moment, all of it was gone. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. All of his meridians had been forcibly shattered by someone. In addition, all of the soul flags on his body were gone. The other party was so vicious, but they didn't kill Shi San. Instead, they let the lion take him away. This person clearly had other intentions. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His right hand formed a sword with 2 fingers and pointed at Shi San's forehead. At the same time, the demonic crystal in his body trembled and a demonic force came out. It flowed from Wang Lin's fingers into Shi San's forehead. Shi San's body trembled and he opened his eyes. He immediately saw Wang Lin and struggled to get up to greet him. However, he found that he couldn't move his body and waves of pain flooded his body. "Master!" Shi San struggled to speak. He couldn't help but blurt out the name he had been silently calling Wang Lin in his heart. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but he didn't say anything. On the way back, we encountered a large tribe. We took a detour, but we were still attacked by them. One of them was an old man in white. He took my soul flag and planted a monster in my body. He told me to pass on a message. "If you want your soul flag back, you can go find him." Wang Lin nodded and raised 2 fingers on his right hand. After he raised 2 fingers, Shi San's body trembled and he fainted again. "Take him to rest." After saying that, Wang Lin took a step in the air. His body immediately turned into green smoke and disappeared. The surrounding tribe members immediately obeyed and carried Shi San back to his house. Someone else took care of him. Wang Lin left the valley. His body moved like lightning, and he sped away. His face was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with coldness. Shi San brought people to the tribe to attack. Even if they failed, Wang Lin wouldn't help. In this world, life and death were all about life and death. Wang Lin cultivated the path of reincarnation, so he could see things clearly. However, things were not like that. Shi San was on his way back with the captives. He passed by another tribe and was attacked by them. Not only did they not kill Shi San, they even planted a monster in his body. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, they would just teach him a lesson. However, they took the soul flag and left a message saying that if Shi San wanted his soul flag back, he could go find him. As a result, the meaning of this completely changed. This was a provocation, or in other words, a declaration of war. Shi San was a living declaration of war. Since the other party had issued a declaration of war, Wang Lin wanted to see what kind of person was in the tribe that attacked Shi San to challenge him. Wang Lin was very cunning. He had already decided that if the other party's cultivation level was higher than his, then he would just ignore this matter and find a way to cure San. Then he could just avoid this tribe. However, although this possibility was there, it wasn't high. Wang Lin was able to see through San that the person who cast the spell was at most equivalent to a soul formation cultivator. Thinking about this, he let out a cold snort and moved even faster. He moved like a meteor across the sky. The Heavenly Water Tribe was located in the northwest part of the Demon Spirit Land. It was on a plain, and it was not a good place to live. However, there was an ancient formation here. This formation was very strong, and when it was spread out, it would protect everything within 5 kilometers. Even if the night of the demon spirit arrived, as long as one was inside the formation, they would be absolutely safe. In the demon spirit land, the key to a tribe's survival was whether or not they could find a protective formation. In the demon spirit land, these kinds of formations were very common, but there weren't many that could cover a range of 5 kilometers. The larger the area it covered, the stronger the formation was. At the same time, most importantly, it meant that the tribe that lived there would have more room for development. For example, the valley was only so large. Once the number of people living here exceeded a certain amount, it would be impossible to absorb more people. The formation on the plain covered a range of 5 kilometers, so it was only natural that more people would live here. At this moment, there were 2 old men sitting in a very simple house in the Heavenly Water Tribe. One of them was dressed in gray, while the other was dressed in white. The 2 of them sat opposite each other, and between them was a purple tea set. The old man in white picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said, "Among the things that the outsiders brought here, only this tea suits the old man the best." The gray-robed old man also picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said, "When are you going back?" The old man in white pondered a bit and said, "Tomorrow. I can't leave ancient Demon City for too long. I've already stayed here for a month, so if I don't go back soon, it will be hard to explain to the general of the left wing." The gray-robed old man nodded and said, "You injured their disciple and took that strange little flag. If they come looking for you, what should we do?" The old man in white's eyes lit up and he said, "So what? I'll just use the formation to kill them." The gray-robed old man frowned and said, "That group of people is not simple. Almost all of them have at least 1 star of demonic force. Furthermore, all of them have master cultivation methods and divine abilities. Especially the leader. Those flags in his hand can summon demonic spirits to attack. They didn't provoke us, but you took a liking to their flags. Not only did you kill them and steal their treasures, you even forced the leader to leave and indirectly sent a letter of challenge. You want to lure out the person behind them. What you did is a bit too much." The old man in white laughed and said, "I'm a deacon under the general of the left wing. How is killing a few savages too much? I'm also sure that the person behind them isn't too strong. Otherwise, if he really had the ability, why would he stay in this savage tribe? He would have already gone to ancient Demon City to find a position. I lured him here to get the method to use the little flag from him. If he comes, then it's fine. If he doesn't come, then tomorrow morning I'll follow the traces I left on that youth and go to his tribe to snatch it back." The gray-robed old man asked, "Could the chant in that youth's head be fake?" The old man in white's eyes lit up and he gloomily said, "It's not fake, but it's not complete. There should be more. Regardless of whether it is supplementary update or not, I've been updating 3 times a day for the past 4 days. Give me a monthly vote and try to get 600 votes." Chapter 537. The gray-robed old man silently pondered. In his heart, he didn't think this person, who had come out of his clan and obtained a position in ancient Demon City, would act this way. After a short while, he was about to speak, but at this moment, the entire ground suddenly trembled, as if an earth dragon was rolling, and within a radius of 5 kilometers, a violent rumbling sound instantly came from it. The old man's expression sank, and he walked out of the house. There was a person floating in the sky. This person's white robe fluttered in the wind, and his long hair gave off a demonic feeling. He was Wang Lin, who came here filled with anger. At this moment, there was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. The celestial spiritual energy in his body surged as he took a step in the air. With this step, a thunderous rumble echoed across the world. Below him, the ground within 5 kilometers immediately caved in and collapsed, and cries of alarm rang out. However, the moment the earth collapsed, a green ripple echoed within 5 kilometers. In almost an instant, the collapse returned to normal. Not only that, but a powerful force of resistance came from the green ripple and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a cold snort as he raised his right thumb and pressed down. The power of the finger of death was instantly raised to its peak. This finger caused the surroundings to be filled with the aura of death. It was as if the surrounding space had become dim and was about to shatter. Wang Lin's thumb pressed down, and the ripple collided with the void. The ripple suddenly curved and went around Wang Lin's thumb. This scene was like a river suddenly splitting into two, causing the water to flow on both sides. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Break!" With one word, there was a flash of black light from Wang Lin's thumb. The ripple immediately collapsed and continued to spread until all the ripple disappeared. Wang Lin coldly looked down from the sky. He saw that within 5 kilometers of him, all the people in the houses were looking at him with fear in their eyes. Wang Lin wasn't someone who would kill indiscriminately, but there were 2 people that caught his attention. Both of them were old men. One was wearing gray and the other was wearing white. At this moment, the gray-robed old man's heart was filled with bitterness, and he let out a sigh. He knew that he had provoked someone he couldn't afford to provoke. This person was able to resolve the rebound force of the formation with one finger. So this person's cultivation level was definitely not weak. As for the white-robed old man, his heart was filled with shock. He looked at Wang Lin with disbelief. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he slowly said, "How could such a powerful person appear in this wild wasteland? This person's cultivation level is almost the same as the elders in the general's mansion. I'm afraid I'm not his match." He slowly said, "Who challenged me? Come out." His voice was calm at first, but as it echoed out, it was like rolling thunder. The gray-robed old man's face went pale, and he staggered back a few steps. A line of blood oozed out of the corner of his mouth, and the shock in his eyes was monstrous. The white-robed old man was barely able to stand straight. At this moment, his face was filled with uncertainty. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "Who are you?" "I'm a deacon of the general's mansion in ancient Demon City." Wang Lin's cold gaze landed on this person, and he gloomily said, "It must be you. I can feel the aura of the soul flag on you. You're dead for sure." The white-robed old man's heart trembled. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "That's right. It's the old man who took those flags. If you really have the ability, then break the formation and enter." Wang Lin coldly looked at the old man and calmly said, "Do you think this formation can stop Wang?" Wang Lin touched his bag of holding, and a heaven-splitting axe covered in black lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. The moment the giant axe appeared, thunderous rumbles came from the heavens. Balls of lightning silently appeared around the giant axe and slowly rotated. This caused the white-robed old man's pupils to shrink. At this moment, even the gray-robed old man's body trembled, and he exclaimed, "Outsider!" Wang Lin's expression was cold as he grabbed the giant axe and chopped down like lightning. A 30-meter-long axe light, along with several lightning balls, descended from the sky like the might of the heavens and landed on the spell formation. There was a loud bang that shook the heavens and earth. As it echoed, even the people in the valley, countless kilometers away, could hear it clearly. After this chop, Wang Lin didn't stop. At this moment, he was like the incarnation of an ancient demon god as he chopped down on the formation once more. The white-robed old man's face was pale. At this moment, the regret in his heart had reached an extreme. No matter what, he never thought that his moment of greed would attract such a powerful expert, especially when this person was an outsider. It must be said that every outsider was someone with great abilities and couldn't be easily offended. Everything within a 5-kilometer radius flickered with azure light, stubbornly resisting the attacks of the battle axes. Every time the battle axes fell, the azure light would flicker, neutralizing the power of the battle axes and even absorbing some of it to strengthen the spell formation's defenses. As a result, it formed an endless cycle. This formation was much stronger than the formation in the valley. After enduring for a few breaths of time, the white-robed old man finally let out a sigh of relief, and his expression returned to normal. He looked up at Wang Lin, who was swinging the axe in the sky, and sneered. "Do you think this formation can be broken so easily?" The gray-robed old man beside him also let out a sigh of relief. He knew the power of this formation the best. From the looks of it, it was impossible to break it. Wang Lin's expression was still cold. The power of this formation was beyond his expectations. At this moment, he retreated, and his eyes lit up as he looked at the formation. Breaking it by force is impossible in a short period of time. Even if I break it with a restriction, it will take a long time to study it. As if he had seen through Wang Lin's concerns, the white-robed old man laughed out loud and revealed a proud expression. "Even if you have great abilities, this formation is not something you can break. I advise you to get the F*CK out of here and stop embarrassing yourself." Wang Lin coldly glanced at the person and revealed a look of disdain. He said, "Is that so?" As he spoke, he suddenly threw the battle axe in his hand down. This time, his target was not the formation, but the edge of the formation that covered a radius of 5 kilometers. The battle axe was like a bolt of lightning as it landed at the edge of the area 5 kilometers away. A loud rumble echoed in the air. Because the battle axe had landed within the range of the formation, without the protection of the formation, it was as if it had struck tofu. It easily left behind a deep ravine on the ground. Wang Lin raised his right hand, pointed at the ground, and drew a circle in the air. Thunderous rumbles echoed from underground once more. The axe was controlled by Wang Lin and circled around underground like crazy. In the blink of an eye, it had circled the 5-kilometer-wide formation. The old man was startled. He clearly didn't know what his opponent was doing. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He took a deep breath and grabbed at the air with his right hand. He shouted, "Rise!" This word was like a bolt of lightning as it came out of Wang Lin's mouth. In an instant, the sky and earth seemed to be covered by an invisible force. The area that was covered by the formation began to tremble violently. "Rise!" Wang Lin shouted once again. The veins on his right hand bulged as he suddenly raised it. However, there was a loud rumbling sound, which had never been heard before from underground. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The area that was covered by the formation seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand. It was dug out from the ground and slowly lifted into the sky. Bursts of dust and gray air frantically spread out, and the surroundings were immediately filled with dust and dirt. When the dust dissipated, the area had been completely separated from the ground. It floated at a height of several hundred feet, and a large amount of dust kept falling from below. A huge basin with a circumference of 5 kilometers had appeared on the ground. Previously, when Wang Lin controlled the axe, he had emptied out this area. This allowed Wang Lin to use a spell to forcefully dig out the area. The residents of the area let out screams of terror. They had never seen such a terrifying scene in their lives. This completely subverted their imaginations. The gray-robed old man's body went limp, and he almost fell to the ground. His face was pale, and the fear in his heart appeared once again. This man is a madman. Outsiders are all madmen. He actually dug out the area protected by the formation from the ground. The white-robed old man's body was also trembling at this moment. How could he have ever imagined that his opponent would come up with such a method? Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He couldn't break the formation in a short period of time, but he could refine it. His right hand grabbed the 10-kilometer piece of land in the air, and with a low roar, he threw it up. The 10-kilometer piece of land that was floating at an altitude of several hundred feet immediately flew up like crazy. Waves of exclamations echoed once again. Wang Lin's body moved like lightning. He took a step forward and directly appeared below the area. He raised his right hand and immediately grabbed the area. Then, like a giant, he stepped forward. If someone was nearby, they would definitely see a strange scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A young man in a white robe was carrying 10 li of land in his hand as he sprinted into the distance at incredible speed. His speed was very fast. A few hours later, he could see the valley in the distance. The people of the valley were led by Ouyang Hua and quickly came out to welcome Wang Lin's return. However, they were immediately dumbfounded. They immediately saw the area that Wang Lin was carrying and the azure formation covering it. Chapter 538. Outside the valley, Wang Lin raised his right hand and the 5-kilometer area flew into the sky. Wang Lin turned around and sat down cross-legged outside the valley. His eyes were cold as he spat out the 1 billion soul flag. The moment the flag appeared, it became 100 feet wide. As it fluttered in the wind, whistling sounds came from within. Although the 1 billion soul flag didn't have 1 billion soul fragments, it was still an inheritance of the soul refining sect. The moment it appeared, it caused the hearts of all the soul refining cultivators to tremble. A feeling of worship emerged from the bottom of their hearts. Wang Lin grabbed the flag and waved it. The 6 primary souls, including the Qilin's soul fragment, charged out. They turned into 6 rays of black light and appeared around the 5-kilometer area. At the same time, Wang Lin spat out a mouthful of Origin Soul Essence blood onto the 1 billion soul flag. The flag immediately grew larger and began to extend. In the blink of an eye, it completely surrounded the 5-kilometer wide area. Refined. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. The eyes of the 6 primary souls immediately lit up, and then each of them spat out a purple flame. The 6 flames all fell on the 10 miles of land, and in the blink of an eye, the 10 miles of land was wrapped in flames. These flames were the life essence of the 6 soul transformation primary souls, so they were naturally very powerful. Under the refinement of the flames, crackling sounds came from within the 5-kilometer area. Countless cries of shock and fear could be heard. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, only half of the land was left. That half of the land was now completely red. However, with the protection of the green light formation, the flames couldn't completely melt it. The green light flickered violently and stubbornly resisted the invasion of the flames. Wang Lin looked at it, stood up, and walked back into the valley. Since you don't want to come out, I'll refine it for 7 days and 7 nights until I completely refine the formation. Then everything will be under my control. The people inside the valley felt their blood boil as they discussed what was happening outside. Their respect for Wang Lin had reached a peak. At this moment, even the children inside the valley viewed Wang Lin as a god. Ignoring what was happening outside, Wang Lin told Ouyang Hua to bring San into the depths of the valley. Ouyang Hua always listened to Wang Lin. Without a word, he carried San into the depths of the valley, placed him in front of Wang Lin, and respectfully left. San's face was slightly red, but he still hadn't woken up. Wang Lin frowned. It wasn't difficult for him to wake up San, but even if he did wake up, he would be a cripple. A cripple couldn't survive here. San's current condition was that his meridians were broken and he couldn't absorb the demonic energy here. Therefore, Wang Lin's spells and techniques weren't suitable for San to cultivate, because the current San could be said to be someone who couldn't cultivate unless his meridians could grow back. However, this was something that Wang Lin couldn't do. Only heaven-defying pills could achieve this effect. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. It wasn't that there weren't any spells that were suitable for San to cultivate. However, this matter was too important, so Wang Lin started to hesitate. Cultivators use their meridians as the sea and absorb the celestial spiritual energy from the rivers to form their own heaven and earth within their bodies. They use this to sense the vicissitudes of life and seek Tao. As for ancient gods, their flesh and skin are the sky, their bones and tendons are the earth, and their soul is the foundation. They devour the celestial spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine their bodies. This so-called refining their bodies is to refine the heavens and earth. They use the strength of their bodies to shatter the Tao of heaven and earth. They use their own soul to draw the Tao of heaven and earth. Wang Lin silently pondered. If he taught the divine blessing art to Shi San, he could completely change him from a cripple to a powerful expert. However, this matter wasn't certain. Shi San's body wasn't as good as his original bodies, so it was unknown if he could successfully cultivate it. Also, if Shi San failed to cultivate the divine blessing art, he would die without a doubt. He would be completely destroyed by the demonic energy that was crazily merging into his body. Also, ancient gods could devour spiritual energy and celestial spiritual energy, but it was still unknown if demonic energy could be devoured. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin shook his head and stopped thinking about this matter. He placed 2 fingers on his right hand, and the celestial spiritual energy in his body dissipated. The 5-armor demon crystal suddenly spun, and demonic energy filled his meridians. At this moment, he once again changed into the demonic aura emitting from his body. His 2 fingers moved like lightning and immediately pointed at Shi San's forehead. Demonic energy flowed out and turned into specks of light inside Shi San's body. Wang Lin raised his right hand and closed his eyes to meditate. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Shi San slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the sky above the valley and silently pondered. After a long time, he crawled up and knelt in front of Wang Lin. His face was filled with pain. This pain wasn't on his flesh, but on his heart. The moment he woke up, he completely understood that there was no more demonic energy in his body. Right now, he was even weaker than before he started cultivating the soul refining technique. Wang Lin still didn't open his eyes. Shi San knelt for a long time. He looked at Wang Lin and kowtowed 3 times. Then he struggled to get up and left without looking back. It wasn't until he left that Wang Lin opened his eyes and let out a sigh. This Shi San's talent was the best among everyone here, especially when it came to cultivating the soul flag. If it wasn't for this accident, he would have definitely achieved something in a few years. Shi San returned to his own house. He was one of the few people in the valley who didn't have a wife or children. He was the only one living in this house. He quietly sat in the room. There was no trace of youthful vigor on his body, only an emptiness of old age. After a long time, he sat down cross-legged and tried to breathe using the soul-tempering technique over and over again. However, every time he breathed, waves of pain would surge from his body like a tide. This kind of pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. However, he endured it. If the first time didn't work, he would try again and endure the unimaginable pain. After cultivating a few times, his clothes were soaked in sweat. Because of the pain, his veins were bulging. Shi San's eyes were filled with despair. I won't accept this. He took a deep breath, ignoring the pain, and began to breathe again. This time, as soon as he absorbed the demonic power, he felt as if an entire mountain had slammed into him. He coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, then slumped to the ground, unconscious. The area within 5 kilometers of the valley was still being refined by the flames. This lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The green light from the protective formation gradually dimmed. Everyone within 5 kilometers of the valley was filled with despair. The shadow of death grew larger and larger with the flames outside. In the end, almost all hope was wiped out. The gray-robed old man closed his eyes. When he opened them, they shined brightly. He suddenly turned around and looked at the white-robed old man, who was also filled with fear. He said, "This is the disaster you caused, and you have implicated the entire tribe." The white-robed old man's body trembled, and he silently pondered. That outsider is not someone we can fight against. If we continue to be stubborn, I'm afraid that when the formation is broken, not only you and I, but all of our clansmen will be instantly burned to death. As one of our clansmen, do you really have the heart to watch others die because of you? The white-robed old man bitterly said. You mean, the gray-robed old man said, You made a mistake, so you have to bear the consequences. This is the only way for our tribe to survive. Rest assured, if you die, I will find a way to get revenge for you. In addition, once we escape, I will personally go to the general's mansion in ancient Demon City and tell him about you. I believe the general of the left wing will be interested in this matter." The white-robed old man was silent for a long time. Finally, he let out a long sigh and looked around with a complicated expression on his face. His gaze fell on the clan members, and when he saw their terror, he took a deep breath. His body flickered, and he floated up into the air, flying toward the edge of the spell formation. The letter of challenge was sent by the old man. "Do you dare to fight me? After this battle, no matter who wins or loses, it will all be my problem. Don't implicate the innocent." The white-robed old man's voice traveled through the rune and out of the rune. His voice even traveled into the valley. Wang Lin opened his eyes and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the air outside the valley. He coldly looked at the 5-kilometer area that had been refined. He saw the white-robed old man there. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the 6 primary souls that were spitting out flames immediately sucked in all the flames. They flew to Wang Lin's side and circled around him. Without the flames invading, the white-robed old man clenched his teeth and walked out of the formation. He raised his hand, and 2 demonic lights appeared in his hands. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "Let's fight. You're not qualified." Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the white-robed old man's expression changed. The demonic lights in his hands immediately extinguished. At the same time, his body flew uncontrollably toward Wang Lin. In an instant, Wang Lin grabbed his neck. The white-robed old man was about to struggle when Wang Lin's right hand exerted a bit of force. With a cracking sound, the old man's eyes bulged out and he died. Wang Lin's celestial spiritual energy poured into the old man's body like crazy. After circling the old man's body once, his celestial spiritual energy was sucked out of the old man's body and thrown into his soul. After doing all of this, he threw the old man's body behind him. One of the primary souls flew out and spat out a mouthful of flames that burned the old man's body to ashes. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and the 5-kilometer area was pulled out. With a thunderous rumble, it landed on the ground outside the valley, kicking up waves of dust. Open the formation. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he looked at the 5-kilometer area that had been burned to the ground. The gray-robed old man's heart jumped. He didn't think that Wang Lin would be able to kill the white-robed old man so easily. This kind of cultivation level was several times stronger than what he had expected. The gray-robed old man immediately put away the thought of reporting. He didn't dare to provoke this kind of expert. At this moment, it made no difference whether or not he opened the spell formation. He let out a sigh and formed a rune in the air with his right hand. The rune flickered, and the spell formation that covered the area of 5 kilometers disappeared without a trace. Ouyang Hua, add a new member of the tribe. After leaving these words, Wang Lin returned to the valley and disappeared. Today was a bit tired. His body couldn't handle it for 4 consecutive days. He would do it tomorrow. Also, please give me the monthly votes. Sirs, Earroot knows that his updates this month aren't stable, and he's trying to catch up, right? Please give me the monthly votes on account of Earroot's sincerity. We're in a crisis now, and the monthly votes are tight. If you have the ability to help, Earroot will be eternally grateful. Chapter 539. Everyone within 5 kilometers of the valley was absorbed by the people in the valley. As for the gray-robed old man, he had no choice but to accept this and didn't dare to resist at all. Even more people began to cultivate the soul-refining spell. Even the gray-robed old man was very interested in this spell. Due to the large number of tribe members and the people that Ouyang Hua and company had captured when they attacked other tribes, there were now more than 500 males here. This could be considered a medium status among the nearby tribes. With so many people gathered together, whether it was inside or outside the valley, it was a bit crowded. Wang Lin personally set up a formation to deal with this. This formation used the restrictions as the foundation and fused the formation around the valley with the 5-kilometer protective formation around it. This formation had a radius of around 20 kilometers, so it solved the problem of not having enough space. Every new tribe needed a name. After Ouyang Hua asked many times, Wang Lin named it the Soul Refining Tribe. At the center of the 20-kilometer-wide Soul Refining Tribe was the valley from before. At this moment, everyone in the valley had moved out and was living outside. The entire valley was now a restricted area, and only Wang Lin was inside by himself. Unless he was summoned, no one was allowed to enter. Other than that, there were also people from the Spirit Soul Tribe standing guard at the entrance of the valley like guards. This valley had become the spiritual symbol of the Soul Refining Tribe and the peak of power. Wang Lin, who lived here, was respected and feared by everyone in the Soul Refining Tribe. Wang Lin's rules hadn't changed. There were only 3 ways to obtain the chant for the next stage. Everyone in the Soul Refining Tribe seized all the time they had to cultivate. Aside from a few patrolling people, there was almost no one around. Everyone was cultivating in their own houses. The current Soul Refining Tribe was no longer the same as any other tribe in the Demon Spirit Land. In comparison, it was more like a new cultivation sect. Wang Lin's life was immersed in peace. He lived alone in the valley, and with his spell, all the houses in the valley disappeared. The valley became a paradise, like a celestial realm. Wang Lin personally built a cabin in this celestial realm. This cabin was very simple, but it contained a grand Tao. If a cultivator saw this cabin, they would immediately notice that although the size of each piece of wood was different, there was no difference in their weight. This wooden house was where Wang Lin lived. He sat in the lotus position inside the wooden house and quietly cultivated. What he absorbed wasn't celestial spiritual energy, but demonic spiritual energy. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was winter. The winter in the Demon Spirit Land was no different from the outside. White snow fell from the sky, and the entire world was covered in silver. Wang Lin opened his eyes from his cultivation and walked out of the cabin. Snowflakes fell from the sky. He quietly watched the snowflakes fall and was completely immersed in them. Shortly after, Wang Lin looked up at the sky and muttered, 2 years. It had been almost 2 years since he came to the Demon Spirit Land. Once this winter passed, it would be exactly 2 years. He raised his right hand and caught a falling snowflake. When the snowflake landed on his palm, he felt a trace of coldness. Shortly after, the snowflake melted and a trace of demonic spiritual energy entered Wang Lin's body through his palm. Everything in the Demon Spirit Land contains demonic spiritual energy. Wang Lin took a deep breath, sat down in the lotus position, and closed his eyes. More and more snowflakes fell on Wang Lin's body. Several hours later, Wang Lin turned into a snowman. He didn't move at all as he quietly absorbed the demonic spiritual energy from the snowflakes. In these 2 years of time, the number of demonic crystals in his body had increased from 5 ranks to 34 ranks. The higher one went, the more difficult it became to increase. 3 ranks of demonic spiritual energy was equivalent to the foundation establishment stage, and 10 times higher was the core formation stage. After that, it would increase by 10 times as much as before. The reason Wang Lin condensed demonic spiritual energy was because demonic spiritual energy could fuse with celestial spiritual energy. As a result, celestial spiritual energy could be increased. In order to reach the late stage of soul transformation, although Wang Lin had 100 years' worth of celestial jades, it was still a bit difficult. As for the amount of celestial jades needed to reach the ascendant stage, it was unimaginable. As a result, if he wanted to increase his cultivation level, he had to take a shortcut. Converting demonic spiritual energy into celestial jades was one of the methods Wang Lin thought of. If Wang Lin could think of this method, then others could as well. Right now it all depended on who could absorb the most demonic spiritual energy. From Wang Lin's point of view, demonic spiritual energy was a different kind of celestial jades that could increase one's cultivation level. In these 2 years of time, the Soul Refining Tribe's strength increased again and again. Due to the need for the next rank chant, more and more tribe members came out of the valley to train. In addition, almost every month, there would be tribe members going out to attack smaller tribes. Along with capturing large amounts of captives, they also brought back a large amount of demonic crystals. What is worth mentioning is that the formations used to resist outside invasions had almost no effect on the natives of the Demon Spirit land. Aside from resisting the waves of the night of Demon Spirit, it seemed like the only use of these formations was to prevent outsiders from entering. As time passed, the Soul Refining Tribe's population increased even more. It seemed like 20 kilometers wasn't enough anymore. As a result, it was time to expand the formation. Wang Lin spent 3 days studying it and finally expanded the formation by another 20 kilometers. Just like this, the Soul Refining Tribe with a 40-kilometer area suddenly became one of the most powerful tribes in the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. The increase in the number of flag people caused even more people to cultivate the Soul Refining spell. Wang Lin knew that the soul fragments inside the soul flag needed to be nurtured many times in order to display their full power. He couldn't teach these people this method, so he took out the 1 billion soul flag. With the help of his spell, the flag turned into a large, black fog that covered the surrounding 40 kilometers. As soon as the black mist appeared, everyone in the Soul Refining Tribe was shocked, and they all walked out from their houses. Some people with powerful cultivations even wrapped themselves in their soul-controlling streamers and flew into the air. They wanted to see what was going on inside the black mist. Release your soul fragments into the black fog several times a day to increase the power of your soul fragments. Wang Lin's voice came from the valley and echoed within the 40-kilometer area. The moment his voice came out, everyone within 40 kilometers knelt on the ground without exception. The respect in their eyes was very strong, and they knelt in the opposite direction of the valley where Wang Lin lived. After this black fog appeared, the area within a radius of 40 miles would be shrouded in black fog. Within this black fog, countless human and beast souls would roar and roar. The people of the Soul Refining Tribe gradually got used to releasing their soul fragments into the black fog to refine. This black fog became the unique symbol of the Soul Refining Tribe. Not everyone in the Soul Refining Tribe cultivated the Soul Refining spell. Some people couldn't cultivate at all, so they could only go out to hunt and provide food. San was one of these hunters. Ever since his cultivation was crippled, he hadn't said a single word. He was like a mute, and there wasn't the slightest bit of intelligence on his body. It was as if he was just a body. Only late at night, when he tried to cultivate countless times, would one see a different expression on his face. However, this expression was one of deep pain and unwillingness. He was unwilling to accept this. There were many people in the tribe who had cultivated to the 4th level, and there were many who had more than 10 soul streamers. There were even a few talented and intelligent individuals who had completely replaced 13's position from back then. They were the new experts of the tribe after Oyanghua. All of these things were stabbing at his heart all the time. It was because of this that when he went out to hunt, he would fight with his life on the line. After a long time, he had almost died many times. If it weren't for his fellow tribe members taking care of him, he would have long since died. Some of the people who took care of him knew about San's status in the tribe. Seeing him like this, they could only sigh in their hearts. On this day, Wang Lin was in the valley, staring at a piece of wood in his hand. This piece of wood was black and gave off a ghostly light. This piece of wood was obtained by a tribe member when they attacked a small tribe. They didn't find any demon crystals, but they found this piece of wood in a place where the tribe members were worshipping. That tribe member took it back and gave it to Wang Lin. As he was looking at it, Wang Lin suddenly raised his head and looked outside the valley. After a while, he heard Ouyanghua's ancient voice come from outside. Junior has something to ask of the ancestor. Everyone naturally called him ancestor. Wang Lin didn't refuse, so he tacitly accepted it. Come in. Wang Lin looked down at the piece of wood in his hand. Ouyanghua's figure entered the valley with a person in his arms. This person was covered in blood, and his face was pale. Ouyanghua quickly arrived next to Wang Lin, knelt on the ground, put the person in his arms to the side, and whispered, ancestor. When Sher was hunting, he encountered a rare demonic beast. The old man noticed it and immediately rushed over, but he was too late. If any living thing in the demon spirit land accumulates too much demonic energy in their body, they will undergo demonic transformation. Once they undergo demonic transformation, their strength will increase several-fold. Wang Lin placed the piece of wood beside him and raised his head to look at Sher. Sher looked a lot older than he was 1 year ago. He no longer looked like a youth, but an old man. Wang Lin said, in a serious tone, "You can leave." Ouyang Hua got up and respectfully left. After walking out of the valley, he let out a sigh. He looked back at the valley and thought, "Sher, it all depends on your fortune." Wang Lin looked at Sher and began to ponder. Chapter 540. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and Sher's body flew into the air and floated before Wang Lin. Wang Lin's right hand pressed down between Sher's eyebrows, and a strand of demonic spiritual energy entered Sher's body. Wang Lin's expression changed. He was suspicious. 1 year ago, he made the conclusion that Sher's meridians were broken, so he couldn't cultivate demonic spiritual energy. However, now that he checked, he immediately found something strange. Although Sher's meridians were still broken like they were 1 year ago, and had even shrunk in many places, for some unknown reason, a large amount of demonic spiritual energy had accumulated in Sher's body. This demonic spiritual energy wasn't in his meridians, but in his flesh and bones. If this continued for a long time, Sher's body would naturally reach a body refining state. However, this person didn't know how to refine his body, so not only did he waste a lot of demonic spiritual energy, he also didn't know how to circulate it. As a result, even if he walked the path of refining his body, he wouldn't go far before his body stiffened and he would die. Strange, this Sher had no demonic spiritual energy at all 1 year ago, but now it has almost reached the standard of a 2-star cultivator. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. From Liu Yun's memories, he knew that in the demon spirit land, 3 stars were 1 rank, and 3 ranks were equal to the foundation establishment stage in the land of cultivation. He raised his right hand and sat down to cultivate. Shortly after, his eyes released a golden glow and his origin soul flew out. It turned into a ray of purple light and entered between Sher's eyebrows. Compared to Wang Lin, Sher was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. After Wang Lin's origin soul entered between Sher's eyebrows, he easily saw everything that had happened to Sher over the past year. Wang Lin saw how 13 had to endure pain that normal people couldn't endure every night. He endured the pain of his meridians being broken and being unable to store demonic spiritual energy. He endured the pain of absorbing demonic spiritual energy into his body with great difficulty, but the demonic spiritual energy fused with his flesh and blood. It was as if his entire body was being bitten by billions of insects. He endured this series of pain for more than a year, and there was no interruption. All of this was because he was unwilling. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted Wang Lin to set his eyes on him once more. Wang Lin withdrew his origin soul and was moved. He looked at Sher, who was floating in the air, and began to ponder. Sher's perseverance had won Wang Lin's favor. However, there was only one way for Sher to recover, and that was the ancient god tactic. Wang Lin wouldn't casually teach it to anyone. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin pointed at Sher's chest. The demonic spiritual energy moved, causing Sher's body to tremble and his mouth to open. Just at this moment, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out a pill. He placed it in Sher's mouth to help it dissolve. Then he withdrew his finger and sat down to cultivate. Sher's body slowly descended from the sky and lay flat on the ground. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Sher's body trembled and he began to cough violently. Finally, he crawled up and coughed out a large mouthful of black blood. After coughing out the blood, his entire body immediately relaxed. It wasn't until now that he noticed that he was inside a valley. 13 quivered and quickly turned around. After seeing Wang Lin next to him, he immediately became excited. He got up and respectfully knelt on the ground. San greets ancestor. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at San. His eyes flashed, and he shouted, "Where did you get the demonic spiritual energy in your body?" San's body trembled. He was extremely in awe of Wang Lin and immediately told him everything that had happened in the past year. His words were exactly the same as what Wang Lin had seen from San's memories. Wang Lin secretly nodded, but his expression remained calm. He slowly said, "San, your meridians are broken. No matter how much demonic spiritual energy you absorb, it will be useless. This demonic spiritual energy has no meridians to circulate. If it accumulates too much in your body, you will die without a doubt." San's face paled, and he smiled bitterly. He took a deep breath and said, "Ancestor, San doesn't want to become a cripple. San knows that accumulating demonic spiritual energy in my body is not a good thing, but this is the only way to make San feel that he is not a useless person. I also have demonic spiritual energy." At the end, San's voice lowered, and he clenched his fist. Wang Lin looked at San. After a long time, he said, "I have a cultivation technique that can allow you to transform the demonic spiritual energy in your body into your flesh and blood. This will increase the strength of your body infinitely. Although you can't use any divine techniques, your body will become stronger and stronger. This is a body refining technique. Are you willing to learn it?" San's body trembled. His face was filled with ecstasy, and he immediately nodded without any hesitation. Don't agree too early. Cultivating this body refining technique is very difficult and dangerous. If you make a mistake, even I won't be able to save you. Also, cultivating this body refining technique requires you to endure a lot of pain. Can you endure it? Ancestor, San won't let you down. San looked at Wang Lin with a never-before-seen determination in his eyes. Wang Lin pondered a bit. His right hand touched his bag of holding, and he took out a piece of jade. He placed it between his eyebrows, made a copy of it, and threw it to San. He said, "You also have demonic spiritual energy in your body. Keep this jade close to your body, and you should be able to check it." San accepted the jade with both hands. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. He cowed out a few times, got up, and left. It wasn't until San left that Wang Lin let out a sigh. In the end, he didn't teach San the ancient god technique. Instead, he summarized some of the body refining techniques of the giant demon clan and taught them to San. If this child succeeds in cultivating the body refining technique of the giant demon clan, then I'll teach him the first layer of the ancient god technique. If he doesn't succeed, then that means he isn't fated to learn the ancient god technique. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. During these 2 years, the Soul Refining Tribe's expansion had reached a crazy level. The tribe's territory had expanded from 40 kilometers to 150 kilometers. There were more than 5,000 men in the tribe. Aside from the 2 large tribes with more than 10,000 members, all the other tribes had been devoured by the Soul Refining Tribe. In these 2 years, Wang Lin had attacked 3 times. Each time, it was because the other tribe had a powerhouse. However, the strength of these so-called powerhouses was limited in this wild wasteland. Facing Wang Lin, they simply couldn't fight back. It has to be said that Wang Lin's plan to devour the surrounding tribes had been a great success. Currently, he had control over 5,000 people, and these 5,000 people had all learned the soul refining technique. Although their cultivation levels weren't high, when they released their full strength, they were still very powerful. If enough time passed and they all grew up, then Wang Lin would have a very powerful force. The area within a radius of 100,000 kilometers immediately fell into a state of stalemate between the 3 powers. Originally, Ouyang Hua wanted to attack one of the large tribes, but he was stopped by Wang Lin. Wang Lin ordered the tribe to give up on attacking and focus on cultivating. Wang Lin's words were like the might of the heavens to the people of the Soul Refining Tribe. It was worth mentioning that San's perseverance was amazing. He had learned the giant demon clan's body refining technique, and his body was as hard as iron. In battle, he was always at the front, and no one could match him. In 4 years of time, Wang Lin had raised a small tribe in the valley to 5,000 people. After ordering everyone to focus on cultivating, Wang Lin had other plans. He was going to go out for a trip. His goal was Ancient Demon City. 4 years ago, Wang Lin had the chance to go to Ancient Demon City, but he didn't go. At that time, he didn't have any backing, so it was useless to go. 4 years later, Wang Lin went to Ancient Demon City. He had nothing to worry about. With the soul-refining tribe, even if he couldn't establish a foothold in Ancient Demon City, he would still have the ability to make a comeback. In order to facilitate communication, Wang Lin used half a month to refine 2 voice transmission jades. He kept one on him and left the other in the soul-refining tribe. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have enough materials, Wang Lin even wanted to set up a transfer array in the soul-refining tribe. That way, he could return in an instant. Wang Lin didn't leave alone this time. There were 2 youths beside him. One of them was called 12, and the other was called Hu Pao. He was originally from a small tribe and was enlightened when he was young. He already had 2-star demonic spiritual energy, and he was very talented, so he became a #1 expert in his tribe. Ouyang Hua personally took action and captured this person. After drinking the demon-expelling soup, he became a member of the soul-refining tribe. This person was extremely talented in terms of cultivation, and because he already had 2 stars of demonic energy, he surpassed almost everyone in these 4 years, catching up to Ouyang Hua. Right now, he had reached the 5th stage and had 9 of Sure San's 10 soul flags, including 31 primary souls. His overall strength was about the same as a core formation cultivator's. Wang Lin saw the word genius in him. Although the soul-refining sect spells were easy to learn, reaching the core formation stage in just 4 short years was something Wang Lin never thought possible. Although all of this had a lot to do with the fact that he already had 2 stars of demonic spiritual energy and the demonic spiritual energy in the demon spirit land. No matter what, this person named Hu Pao's cultivation speed was something Wang Lin had never seen before. If he could reach the soul formation stage within 100 years, then he would be close to Red Butterfly. He would even be a head taller than Red Butterfly. Wang Lin cared a lot about this kind of talent, so he kept him by his side to control him. He couldn't leave him in the tribe. This youth named Hu Pao's reverence for Wang Lin was no weaker than Sure San's. When he heard that the ancestor was going to take him out, he was very excited. As for Sure San, his body had reached an unimaginable level. Even if he were to fight Hu Pao, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. All of this had a lot to do with his determination and hard work. After Sure San obtained the body refining method, he had been cultivating day and night. In terms of seriousness, he was #1 in the tribe. On this morning, the moment the sun rose, Wang Lin walked out of the soul-refining tribe. Sure San and Hu Pao were like guards as they followed behind him. Wang Lin is going to Ancient Demon City, so I've reached a bottleneck in my writing. I'm going to arrange for the daughter of the blood ancestor, Yao Shishue, or the younger sister of the Earth Star's young master, Sun Yinshan, to appear in Ancient Demon City to add some interest to the plot. It has to be said that these 2 women have some history with Wang Lin. For example, Yao Shishue is very curious about Wang Lin. Her father has repeatedly told her to pay attention to Wang Lin, which she is very puzzled about. There is also Sun Yinshan's younger sister. She secretly followed him, and after she met Wang Lin, something naturally happened. However, although I've thought about all of this, I don't know if I should write it or not. If everyone wants to write it, then vote for more monthly votes today. If not, then vote for less monthly votes and vote again tomorrow. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.